Good morning. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you so much for making yourself available for the workshop. I'll probably ask my mentor to give us some welcome remarks, then we can start the workshop. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. How are you? Good, thanks. Patuchezo Chirowa. I'm here to welcome you in this workshop. So please feel welcomed. And I think we are so lucky to have Gwara, Dr. Gwara, who want to share with us what he knows. And I also believe that we are going to benefit a lot, colleagues. Let us participate and take activities seriously so that we can learn more. Let us grasp this opportunity of learning. So since I've introduced myself, I would like maybe let us know each other. We can start there. Oh, maybe you can sit. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nechizati Tendo.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Luando Mnukwa.
Good morning. Morning, everyone. My name is Daniel Kolobe.
Morning, colleagues. My name is Joe Guruan.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Tobo Motlalami.
Morning, colleagues. My name is Matladi Matabuche.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Albert Mutanga.
Morning, colleagues. My name is Pumzile Sibisi.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fumbi Adele.
Morning, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Njoga.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Chidoze Ebu.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shelly Selepe.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Tekshweto Zone.
Morning, colleagues. My name is Ndomburu Rondo.
Morning, Neutaru Garai.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Olamide JJ.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Ojo Oluseso.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Dimakatso Molapo.
Thank you, colleagues, for that. Now let us welcome Dr. Gwara to give us the presentation. Over to you, Dr.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for making time to participate in this workshop. As you might already know, I know a lot of people who are here some of them have not registered for the workshop, so they heard it from their mentors. But initially we were planning to have this workshop online, but then I think in the expression of interest, a lot of people had said that they wanted to have the workshop as an in-person. So maybe just as a comment in the future, we would expect when we put expression of interest and you want to attend to a workshop for you guys to indicate. The importance of this is that it helps us to plan, for example, how many people are going to come, and it will make Miss Kate's job much easier in terms of also preparing for your lunches and things like that. So I just wanted to indicate that, as you can see, we had 15 postgraduate students that had indicated that they wanted to come, and 5 early career, I'm thinking these are postdocs, and we had 11 academic staff, and 5 that indicated that they're in the other category. And as we can see, I think the number is not yet reflecting this. Maybe in terms of qualifications, these were the people that had indicated that they wanted to attend, with 14 PhDs, 16 master's students that had expressed interest. My thinking was maybe it's because they couldn't not make it in person, but when we asked whether they wanted to have the workshop in person or online, you would see that actually the majority of them wanted to have this workshop in person. So I hope we'll be able to record this workshop so that at least you could also go back and be able to also understand. In terms of what people were primarily interested in, like indicated in the emails that I communicated to those who had registered, we were expecting that maybe we'll make this workshop a bit tailored to the preferences of the participants. So you see that most people were interested in just understanding the evidence synthesis methodologies, not so much of covidence from the actual web-based application that we are going to also look at. So most people just wanted to know what is this thing that we are calling scoping reviews, because that is going to be the main focus of today's workshop. So maybe just to give you a bit of what were the expectations of the workshop for those who had not registered, maybe they did not get a chance to go through some of the information that we were sending on the email. The preference of having the workshop in person was that then you'll be able to access the UNISA library. So normally when you're at home, I always see that even if I log in through there with my library credentials, I struggle to access all the databases, like your Scopus, your Web of Science if you're off campus. So it's actually seamless when you're here. Another thing is also that we would be able to interact in person, and if someone faces a problem, we could be able to help each other in a face-to-face interface. So these were some of the requirements or the prerequisite to the workshop, but we also asked people to bring some kind of a search a strategy that they have already developed, because we were thinking we would not cover that today. So if you already have some search terms that you had already created, of course, with the knowledge of Boolean operators, I would just talk about it in brief so that at least I cannot make that assumption. Yes. So in terms of what we intended to cover in this workshop, the main thing was to understand what is it that we call evidence synthesis. In other words, what is literature review, what the types of literature reviews that are there, the typologies, and also apply the PRISMA, which is the preferred reporting systems for systematic review and meta-analysis, which is for the scoping review concept. The other thing was to master evidence mapping and extraction and data extraction. We thought we were also going to cover that, and also utilize the Covidence platform so that you guys can familiarize yourself with the Covidence workflow and how Prisma diagrams are developed. So we wanted to end this workshop with just the RAISE framework, which is the Cochrane responsible use of AI in evidence synthesis. So we just hope that we'll be able to cover this, but we would also want you to, maybe I'll start from here by asking you guys to tell us what you would really want us to spend more time on. So initially we wanted to do a 3.5 hour, but now we have extended that we could stretch into the afternoon, but that was also because maybe the COD was able to provide us a budget for us to eat during lunch. So we thought maybe we could make use of this opportunity to interact and learn more. So thank you so much, colleagues. This is the introduction. Before I delve into the actual details, I would want to just hear from you guys what were some of the objectives, your expectations of this workshop, or the things that you would really ask to maybe spend more time on. Fortunately, some of you, I know your names, so I'll just call you out, because for attending, that means you have your expectations. Do you have something that you are really burning, that is really burning, that you wanted to spend more time, like us to spend more time on, or you just wanted to just hear what this is all about? VC, when you came here, what was your expectation of this workshop? Can you pass me my mic?
Thank you, Doc. Yeah, you caught me off guard there. But for me, I wasn't really, because I got the invitation late, right? Late yesterday. I wasn't prepared for any. But then I'm just willing to learn, because I've never done anything on evidence synthesis.
Okay.
So I hope I can get something. That's why I brought my notebook today, so that I can get as much as I can. I normally don't write down things, but then I told myself that today I'm gonna write down.
All right.
Just to jog my memory a bit.
No, that's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, so since you guys are not really interested in telling us what you really want to focus on, we'll just run through the workshop as we had planned. I see there's a hand up there. Please, can you share the mic?
Thank you, Doc. For me personally, I'm used to doing reviews manually, having to download these articles and do the extraction manually. So I was hoping to see if this software has any automation that makes it easier to, after you must have set out your objectives, the inclusion or exclusion, if it can automate those processes, thereby reducing the time spent on data extraction, then you know that you spend more time in the writing aspect, and also to see what the scoping review is all about.
All right. Thank you. Anyone else who would want to tell us what their expectations were? Okay. All right. So we will jump into evidence synthesis, just to maybe make you aware, or maybe just to introduce this concept of evidence synthesis, what it is. So, what is evidence synthesis? So, evidence synthesis is the systematic integration of the existing evidence. So, the idea here is to support evidence-informed decision-making, like some people like to say science-based decision-making. So the main aim here is transparency and reproducibility. So you would see that with most literature reviews, I'm going to just briefly describe some broad categories of literature reviews that are out there. But you would see that with most literature reviews, the common type, which is the narrative literature review, which is what most people are used to. There is a bit of cherry picking of literature. You just choose whatever you feel is answering your objectives, and then you put it there, but there is no systematic search of literature. There is no, if I am to do the same research, I cannot be able to reproduce it. So it's non-scientific in a way, because no one can repeat the same study and come up with the same outcomes. So the idea of evidence synthesis is usually coming from health sciences. So in health sciences, and in terms of their clinical studies, they do a lot of primary research experiments and see that maybe this drug is working, the effect of this drug is this and that. And so over time, they want to compile that research and be able to see whether this drug actually works, indeed, if they compile studies that have been done by different researchers. So that's the idea behind evidence synthesis. I'm just using the example of evidence of clinical trials or health research, because this is where this actually began. So all the Cochrane, Covidence, JBI, and all these other groups, they actually saw the need to synthesize all this primary research so that they can see whether there is really an effect that they can see in terms of the research that has been done. So that's where it is coming from. So in terms of why evidence synthesis matter, I think the issue is it addresses information overload. So as you are continuing to do your primary research, the important thing is that we cannot know what really, maybe you do an experiment on the effect of a certain fertilizer, or someone does an experiment on the effect of maybe a different variety, then you cannot really know what is really the performance of that. So you want to synthesize different researches that have been done on a topic and try to understand what is out there. It also helps to support, of course, policy and practice, because you are going to generate new information out of existing information. So we'll get deep into this a bit later when we look at the type of research. But one also important thing is to know that this evidence synthesis is a form of secondary research, as opposed to primary research, which is where you are actually collecting data. So examples of primary research, for example, in my field, agricultural economics, is we do surveys. In maybe plant science and animal science, there is a lot of experiments that you have to design and set up. So when you take different studies that have been done and you're synthesizing, that's when you're doing secondary research. So the also important thing is that you can also be able to identify research gaps, and these research gaps will create new primary research in the future. So, so when we say information overload, in other words, we have anecdotal, like primary research, as you can see on the left there, and then the idea behind evidence synthesis is to synthesize the data and actually form patterns that emerge within the primary research, so that you can have secondary research as the part of evidence synthesis. So I just thought also it's important for us to understand, to have a bit of an understanding of where do we start from if we want to read about maybe what type of reviews are out there, what are some of the, what you'd call seminal work that are out there, especially in terms of scoping reviews. So you see that I recommend strongly the Grant and Booth 2009. This is like should be your Bible if you want to decide what type of review to do. They have typologies of reviews. So they compiled 14 types of reviews, and then you see which one really suits your research objectives, which suits your area of study. There is also about scoping reviews. Of course, I will recommend this 2005 Axie and Umali. So scoping reviews towards the methodological framework. We'll get into detail into what is really a scoping review. Then there's also been improvements in that methodological framework by Levac and others in 2010. So please use this as your starting point or your starting toolkit to learn about reviews. There is a new a guide that has been prepared by Covidence, which is a practical guide for scoping reviews. I think this, I have not really looked into it, but I saw the chapters and everything. Gives you a step-by-step. I think if you want to use Covidence as a software and you want to do scoping reviews, you can have this by your side, and this will help you step-by-step from how you get to identify your literature, or through to your screening, or through to your data extraction. So let's get into the typologies of review so that we can understand. So this importance is that different review types answer different research questions. So based on what you want to do, let's say there is a very urgent need for understanding what is there in the literature about a certain idea. Like just a quick and a brief, there is what is called a rapid review that would help you to do that. Maybe you can just limit your time, scope, and just say, I want to know maybe from 2020 to 2025. I want to know what has been written about this. You can decide to do a rapid review. It can take a few weeks to do, so it's not very thorough, but it's important where there is an urgent need for maybe a policy kind of question or something that needs to be answered. So it depends on also the type of questions, what type of review you are going to select, and also it depends on your research objectives. And the choice of review, of course, will affect the rigor, like I was mentioning, the type of rigor. With the scoping review, you see, as you shall see, it's more of emerging topics. You want to scope into the literature, what is there, what is known about this subject. Whereas with more systematic review, there is already what is known about this subject. It has been explored thoroughly, but now you want to understand what is really a specific research question you want to answer. Then, of course, having to develop this type of reviews is also important for your publication, and also, like I've mentioned, for policy relevance. So you shall see as we go that there is a misconception where someone does a broad type of review, what is normally called a narrative review. And then they say they did a systematic review, or they call it a systematic review. And they can still publish it because this typology is coming from a different discipline. So as we applied it in agricultural sciences, most of the reviewers are not knowledgeable about this evidence synthesis topic. So it's always good for you to actually know what you are doing, so that when you publish, and then you look back, you say, okay, so what I did was really relevant. So what are the broad categories of reviews? So I've just listed there a few. So we have narrative reviews, which is what we would traditionally know as the literature reviews. And as you shall see, these are really done by people who are experts in the subject. So I saw my colleague here was saying that he's used to doing this type of reviews. So the important part about this type of reviews is that the people that can actually execute them well are the people that have worked in that subject for a very long time. So you can't write this if you are a novice like me, you're an early career researcher, because you're going to have to be picking something that is not really relevant. But if you have worked in that area for a long time, you already know that so and so wrote about this in this year. And then there are these guys from Michigan that wrote about this. Then there are these guys from UNISA that actually wrote about this. So you can already identify the patterns and who to look into. And so it's easier to write. But the problem being that then they become difficult to reproduce. So the scientific rigor of that, if someone is to read, is going to be very difficult. Because I cannot do the same study and produce the same outcome. I might actually pick different authors. So there is a bit of cherry picking, selection bias, or what we call selective bias in that. Systematic reviews, we shall see there are also another type of reviews more concerned about answering a specific topic. So where you have a very specific topic, you can have a systematic review. The idea is that these reviews are already, there is already a lot of information in that area. Scoping reviews, which is the focus of today, these are more of, I would encourage everyone who is like early career, postgrad, like to start there, because what you are doing here is you don't know anything about the subject, you want to understand what is there. So you are just copying into the literature to see how much work has been done in that area. You are not answering a specific question, or maybe there's a complex subject and you just want to understand what are the patterns in the literature. Then rapid reviews, I think I've already indicated meta-analysis. So meta-analysis, I think we explained that, but these are the broad categories of reviews that we have in the literature. So I'll just briefly give you a bit brief of explanation of each. You would see that narrative reviews, these are the broad overview. I think you can see by the picture that this is someone who is just like, you are just thinking into scope. It's a narration. It's almost like you are just saying so and so said this and so and so, but you don't have a systematic way of how these people are, these authors or these researchers have been identified. So I have seen there is now a tendency in the publication space where people are actually employing a systematic search strategy. They employ a systematic search strategy, they put keywords, they select literature, then they try to write a narrative review. So I don't know what this is called, like maybe it's a hybrid type of narrative review, but traditionally what we know as narrative reviews, they don't have a systematic search strategy. You just go into the literature and just zoom in and select authors and then you write your topic. Then because it's got a flexible methodology, as you can see, and it's usually expert-driven, as I've mentioned before. You are an expert, you can now say, I want to know about what is happening within the field of climate finance or climate mitigation in smallholder agriculture, or maybe adoption of technologies, maybe conservation agriculture or something. You can zoom in because you have been working in that space for a long time. Now you want to synthesize it. So this is also often useful for conceptual discussions, and the limitation is that there is a high risk of bias and it's not reproducible. So reproducibility, by the way, colleagues, is a very important aspect of research. When we say something is scientific, what we mean is that someone can be able to do the same thing and produce the same outcome. If you cannot do that, that is what we call unscientific. by definition, by the way. So rapid reviews, like I've already mentioned, these are more accelerated type, like there is an urgent need to know about a subject. Then you can just limit yourself to a certain time limit and then just try to understand what is there in the literature. I think they support urgent decision making, and sometimes also often there's a trade-off between speed, of course, and comprehensiveness. So almost similar to what is often called a state-of-the-art review, but the state-of-the-art review is the one that is mainly concerned with the current trends in that subject. So as you will see in that book, in that article that I've referred to, Maria Grant and Booth, you would see that these are well explained, these types of reviews in detail in a very simple and easy to understand language. So scoping reviews, I think we have mentioned them. There's going to be the focus of today. We'll focus on scoping review. They map existing evidence, useful for emerging topics. So as you have already, like I've already illustrated, if you are doing your research, your PhD, your master's, or whatever research you are doing, the most important starting point is you want to know what is out there. So a scoping review then becomes a useful starting tool for you to actually understand, which is why we decided to focus on this in today's class. So they're also useful for identifying gaps. I think in our proposals, in our everything that we write, we want to know what is the gap, what is the research gap. So that it's useful for that. It's often broader than a systematic review because this one is just scoping into the literature and just trying to understand what is out there. So you don't have pooled effects, as you'll see in a meta-analysis, you have pooled effects. Systematic, I think this is just for repetition and for emphasis. It's for clearly defined questions, explicit and reproducible methods, comprehensive search strategy, and critical appraisal. And it's also designed to minimize bias. So with this systematic review, you have to reduce, or at least report how you have managed to deal with the risk of bias that you would not do in a narrative review. In a scoping review as well, you may or may not, but it's not very important to, because you're not addressing a very specific question. Maybe if I can put this picture up, you can see with a systematic review, you are trying to get the best answer. So you are narrowing to one specific objective, whereas with the scoping review, the breadth and you are mapping the breadth of existing literature and emerging evidence. This is why I'm emphasizing on scoping reviews, because I think it's one of the type of reviews that I would encourage colleagues to really. So just focusing on systematic and meta and scoping reviews, just for you to understand the differences there. Here we are mapping the purpose of a scoping, we are mapping concepts, evidence and gaps. So which is why I would encourage students and everything to actually appreciate this methodology in detail. But with the scoping, you are answering a focused question. So that means you already have a lot of information in that space, and you want to understand what is the answer to a specific question. You are narrowing down in terms of scope as well. Whereas in terms of scope, with the scoping review, it's a bit broader and diverse. Quality of appraisal, as I mentioned, is optional, but with the systematic review, it's required. You have to report how have you dealt with certain types of bias and so forth. A scoping review is usually qualitative, and there's more of what, I don't know if other people are familiar with in vivo or such kind of rule-based analysis, where you just look into the content, you search keywords within that content, and you are able to make sense out of that data. But with a systematic review, it's more quantitative. But I try to err on the side of a scoping review, and then make sure I generate quantitative data where the unit of analysis is a study. So I can say so many studies have reported this, so many studies. So I can generate some percentage tables, as you shall see at the end when I demonstrate on data extraction. It becomes easy and more easier to publish when you have got some quantitative elements within a scoping review, because it's not a requirement. So the story is there. A scoping review is not about finding the single best answer. It only maps the breadth of existing and emerging evidence. So meta-analysis, I think some of you might have heard about this. It's a very colleagues, may I ask you to come down here? We just have to occupy the few rows here for purposes of recording. So the meta-analysis is more statistical synthesis. So this operates within systematic review. So when you have studies that have there's been a lot of studies in the area, and then you have a lot of observations. So you can have even observations within studies. So let's say someone did 5 treatments, so then means each treatment becomes an observation, and then you can actually, it's more quantitative, so you can have pooled effects and effect sizes there. And it also requires comparable data sets, and like I've said, it's always conducted within systematic review. So here you have a lot of information that has been published about a topic, but now you want to quantitatively assess these effects. So one could think of a topic, what is the effect of compost on maize yield? So there are a lot of people that might have done this kind of experiment. So now you want to understand the effect size. To what extent does compost influence yield response? So you have a lot of, this is more very intense, and you will have a lot of data extraction is it's a bit more intense, it takes time. I often recommend a lot of researchers to work in teams when it comes to this, because then one person can look and extract data from 20 articles, the other person can extract data from other 20 articles, because you often have a sample size of more than maybe 100 articles. So it is important to collaborate when you're doing this kind of reviews. I haven't done one. I know they use what are called forest plots. I think you can look into what they are. Now we have internet, which are used usually to represent this type of output. So forest plots, is anyone familiar with the concept of forest plots? Doc, can you just tell us what this is all about? Please don't be stingy with your knowledge, Doc. So can you just give us a brief understanding of what a forest plot is? A layman understanding. Uh-huh. Thank you. I think that's a very easy to understand. So with the forest plot, like you said, you are having also the effect, the pooled effects, I think, and also you can also have individual effects of each paper. Which paper is having a bigger explanation to the phenomenon of interest. So I have already found a colleague who will teach me how to do meta-analysis. Or maybe we can arrange another training session that will focus on meta-analysis. Yeah. So other important review types, there is umbrella reviews, there is integrative reviews, critical reviews, realist. So you will see in that article that I have recommended that you'll be having a lot of different types of bibliometric reviews. I think bibliometric reviews have become a bit increasingly popular, and more popular, like book chapters as well. I think people have seen that it's an easy way of publishing. So bibliometric reviews are almost like, how could I explain it? They're more scientometric. They are more looking at things like citation scores, metrics, and things like that. So this is within the field of scientometrics and infometrics, trying to understand the metrics of each paper and things like that. So they normally don't tell us a bit of a story about a topic, but more about the publications themselves of an area of interest. What is being published, who is publishing, how many articles are published in Africa, and so forth. This usually comes when you set up like your Scopus databases and you have done your search strategy. The results that come out of a Web of Science or whatever electronic database you are familiar with, the results that comes, there is an analyze button you can click there. So this is also bibliometric type of information that you get there. So comparing review types. So we have narrative reviews, of course, that are broad, conceptual, systematic, rigorous synthesis, scoping, evidence mapping, rapid, time-sensitive, meta-analysis, quantitative pooling. So this is just a recap. And how do we choose, therefore, the appropriate type of review? As we have said, it depends on the research objective. It's also the nature of the evidence available. If there's so much known about that topic, then go towards systematic and meta-analysis. If this is an emerging topic, go for a scoping review. So that's, maybe I could call it the rule of thumb there. The time and resources, then also policy agents. If it's an urgent policy question, like I've said, just look into the rapid reviews. Look at them, what are they, then you'll be able to understand maybe this is better. Then also the desired outputs. So for more specific questions, the systematic and meta-analysis are more important. So what are some of the common mistakes that people make? Is to call a narrative review systematic. I think this has been one of the most common mistakes you would see. And I think this mistake is perpetuated by the fact that this review methodologies and PRISMA methodology, the review types, is not something that is emerging from different fields. It's emerging from health sciences. So it's easier for us to just take a bit of this, then we call it whatever we want to call it. Sometimes you can have a review without a protocol or a search strategy. I think, like I've said, with a narrative review, people have started now bringing a search strategy that makes it a bit systematic up to the point of the search strategy. So when you see your outputs, you can reproduce those outputs if you were to repeat the study. But after that, then there is no systematic way of synthesizing the evidence. Then also poor reporting transparency. Colleagues, I think as scientists, I emphasize that it's very important to be very transparent. I think we'll see the importance of transparency when we're talking about responsible use of AI in evidence synthesis. Of course, mixing review methodologies incorrectly is also common. So yeah, these are some of the common mistakes that you would find as you'll be reading. I was going to stop here, but I'll just go 2 slides more and talk about some of the type. When I was talking about with the scoping review, you don't have to deal with a lot of bias and things like that. What are some of these threats that exist in evidence synthesis, or the type of biases? I divided them into 2. Some of them that deals with actually the discovery when you are doing the searching, and the other phase deals with the type of bias that deals with when you're synthesizing. So let's start with the first phase. You see that there's what is called publication bias. So I think this will help you to understand, and I think these slides I decided to add them at the very last minute, and I said, but I think it must be important, because I was saying we're dealing with scoping reviews, then there's no need to talk about bias. But I think it's important for us to understand, when you're talking about evidence synthesis, what type of bias exists. So there is publication bias. Or maybe I'll stop here and maybe ask you, colleagues, like, what type of bias do you think exists in evidence synthesis? Just to understand whether maybe I'm just repeating something that is already known. Does anyone know any type of bias that exists in synthesizing evidence? So this publication bias that I was talking about, does anyone know what it is? Can anyone explain this to us? Like what they think? I think you guys are already experts in your own fields. You must understand at least about publication bias. Thank you so much. I think this is something that we can all relate to, eh? Because they say your study is very localized. It's just applicable to South Africa. It's not a global study. But when it's published and it's only in England, it's now accepted as a global. So there is a bit of bias. And also like this thing of us wishing to be recognized in international journals. I personally made a deliberate move to send one of our manuscripts to the agricultural economics journal here in South Africa called Agricon, because I've never published it, and it's quite prestigious to me to say a journal that has been doing so well locally. But we are always interested in publishing internationally and so forth. So all these are impact factors that we often emphasize, that this is high impact factor. Does anyone know what an impact factor is? I'm not going to say VC. Tavi, don't look at me like that. What is impact factor? Impact factor. I can give you a clue. It's a metric that is used to assess a journal prestige, let me say it like that. But what? Please, can you at least give him a mic? Yeah, for recording purposes. Sorry.
Yeah, I think it's referring to the average number of citations a journal gets per publication in a year. As a average number of citations it gets per each publication in a year.
Citation. So you are saying that impact factor is equivalent to citation score?
Yes, more like a citation score average. Yeah. Some papers from that journal can get more than that, while some get less than that. But on the average, so it's usually calculated an average of 5 years.
So it's usually citation times something. I don't know the other axis. There is another axis. Does anyone know the axis?
It relates to this citation in relation to the number of papers the journal has published over a certain time period. 5 years, 2 years, like that. So journals that push out a lot of publications within a 2 year, maybe they've published 10,000 papers, and they have relatively small citation within the same time period, definitely they're going to have very low impact factor. But those ones that published moderate with high citation is going to reflect that high impact factor. So it takes into account both the citation and then the output.
Thank you. I didn't know about that actually, like that. I knew that it was an intersection of two different matrices. Like, so you're saying if the journal publishes more, and then it also receives high citations, then it will have high impact factor. And as you have seen over the years, journals like MDPI have been receiving high citations and also publishing a lot. And I like MDPI. I think their response time is great. I think they also give a bit of incentives to reviewers, a bit of tokens, so that you are not doing free work. I think academics have been considered slaves that should work for free. But I don't believe in that. Some people think that if you pay reviewers, then you are almost creating a bit of bias. But I actually think the opposite, because we all go to work not get paid. So I don't see why the logic changes when you're reviewing a paper. But they also, the positive side of it is that their papers are open access. So you are able to read the paper free because the publisher is already, the author is already paid. But as you know, we are discouraged from publishing in MDPI here at UNISA, because also there are other bigger journals that are fighting this open access and this model to ensure that they will maintain their monopoly in the market. So where we receive productivity units within the Department of Higher Tertiary Education, we might not be able to do so with the flagged journals like that. But I just wanted to say, you would see the citation score, what you call it, the impact factor of journals within MDPI, PLOS ONE, Frontiers, actually rising faster than the traditional journals that might, because of the concept of impact factor. So impact factor on its own, therefore, is not an important metric to classify a journal. You can have a journal with a lower impact factor, which publishes very, what would you call it? Scientifically, I don't know, what's the term? And then you can have a journal with a higher impact factor because of these factors, where maybe there is a lot of predatory issues within maybe these MDPIs and PLOS and Frontiers. So they could have a higher impact factor but still have predatory tendencies. I'm not an expert in this subject, but there is what is called predatory tendencies that happen. So that's the concept of impact. Yes. Dr. Shezi, would you want to help us here? We are stuck. There's this thing called journal quotas, and then they say quota 1, which is the most preferred, and 2, and so forth. Do you know how they get to how a Q2 journal get to become a Q1? Do you think it's to do with impact factor? Please, can we give you a mic just for recording purposes?
Okay, thanks. I want, even though I'm also not a specialist in overviewing this, but on my perspective, it is not a normal routine to say high impact factor is in this quantile, because even though most quantile 1 are high impact factor journals, but I don't think it's a general
please, can you also add to that?
Yeah, just a little addition. Some people prefers the quartile system, Q1, Q2, 3, 4, to the impact factor. The reason being that to be in quarter 1, for instance, you consider the area of the journal. Let's say agricultural science. Okay? If an agricultural science journal is Q1, it means that out of all the agricultural journals globally, there could be 2,000, there could be 1,000, there could be 100. It means that that journal is ranked among the top 25%. Okay? So if you have about 100 of them globally, it means that the ranking of that journal is within the top 25%. For us to be in Q2, it should be between 26 to 50. That way, Q3, Q4. So some people prefer it so that you can see a very high impact factor journal, let's say 5 point something, but then it's still a Q2.
Yeah.
But then there is ones that can be have impact factor as little as 1.1, 1.5, but then they are Q1.
Thank you.
So that's it.
I think we are really learning today. I think the explanations that you are giving are very easy to understand, because sometimes you will see someone in environmental sciences saying, I've published in a journal which is impact factor 7. And then you ask yourself, but I'm struggling to publish in maybe food policy or some of these journals in my field, which is a very low impact factor, maybe 5. But the food policy journal is probably a Q1. And then this one that is an impact factor 7 in environmental science is a Q2. Because in environmental sciences, most of their journals have higher impact factor. Or mostly if you see in medical sciences, because there is a high readership as well, so high citations. So you would see Lancet is like maybe 50 or 60, maybe British Journal of Cardiology or something like that there. And I saw someone who had published there. I was like, but then maybe if you now start to grade them by their quartiles within their subject-specific areas, you will see. So thank you for asking that question, Doc. I think it was very important for us to learn. So maybe just to conclude, publication bias, as we have already heard, is more to do with positive findings are more likely to be published. I think this is where science becomes a bit dubious, because I do it as well. I want to be very honest, and I think most scientists do that. When they are running their regression tables and then there is only one significant effect, then you are saying, how can I publish something like this? I have to there's a problem. Sometimes when we do that, we iterate, we will find that there was a problem as well in the way that we were really running the model. Maybe we did not include some of the factors that were really explaining the data. But it's also be driven by the fact that I couldn't send something to a journal that had only one factor, which was significant. So there is a bit of a publication bias that is already there, that everything we are reading has been driven to be significant. So this is also a bit of an interesting thing. But also sometimes because the synthesis that we'll be doing is coming from that pool of published articles, the other way of mitigating this is also to look into, I also was collaborating or maybe discussing with my colleague Tekshu here, and he was saying I'm including grey literature, reports, and I was saying, but how are you going to synthesize that? Because reports do not have methodological rigor that we expect in peer-reviewed articles, but also peer-reviewed articles have this publication bias. So it's a trade-off. So to mitigate that, it's very important also to You may not include it in your included studies when you are, but you can also use it to triangulate and understand more in terms of grey literature reports and so forth as a mitigation strategy. Selectivity is mainly based on the selection bias, is mainly on the inclusion criteria. So it is enforce predefined criteria, published protocols, so it's also important to just factor in some of these things. So there is also a bias that is associated with your search strategy, so flawed keywords, sometimes incorrect booleans, and I'm sad that we are not going to look into booleans and things like that, but it's very important because sometimes when you search in your Web of Science, and you say agriculture, let's say you say agriculture, so you want something to come out with the term agriculture, but maybe something like agricultural or something like maybe I used the wrong term, maybe farming and farmers and smallholder farming. You know, it's very important to understand maybe that you put booleans, you put these codes, then you can also say agriculture or smallholder farm, then maybe you put like some asterisks to make sure that farm is the smallest way. So smallholder farmers will come, smallholder farming will come. So it's very important when you, so there's a bias that is also associated with not understanding with the incorrect use of these Boolean terms. Then also language. Some papers are published in Chinese and some are published in Russian, but maybe they have a very interesting information about that. So there is, you have to remove unjustifiable language limits and try to find some people that can also help you to, what do you call it when you're converting a language? To translate, yeah, so then there is also a database limitation. So if you're doing a medical science research and then you search maybe Scopus and Web of Science, you might not be able to get any much information from those databases. So it's important to know your area and which databases your research is usually indexed and abstracted. So clinical medical studies normally index their study in databases like your Medline, your PubMed. But in social sciences and agricultural sciences, I think our Scopus and Web of Science is very important. But more importantly, it's important also to make sure that you use more than one database so that you can compare. Normally, most studies are indexed in more than one databases. So you can say, you search in Web of Science, you take the same search strategy and you paste it in Scopus. But most importantly, knowing that you are using the same approach. So you see in maybe Web of Science, there's what is called a topic search. Then in Scopus, that thing might come in as a title search. So, but then it might have, if you look at it, it will say title, abstract keywords, title, abstract keywords. So it's important to do actually the same thing. So it's one of the, so then there's citation. Sometimes there's always a bias on highly cited papers. Then also time limits that are not really justifiable to say, I'm just limiting it to 10 years. Why are you limiting to 10 years? Most of the work might have been done before those 10 years. So unless you're doing what is called state of the art, which is looking at recent trends, you don't have to specifically make restrictive time limits because some of the most profound work might have been done before those time restrictions. There is also outcome reporting, statistical significance. I think we were also talking about that. Then reviewer bias. This one is one of the most important type because sometimes you feel the need to do the reviewing, the screening of the studies alone. And the reason is because maybe you, within the team, maybe you understand the studies to include. So it may be important to actually find another person who is also equally knowledgeable about that subject to also do the reviews, the screening at the same time. Then you deal with what are called disagreements or conflicts within confidence. So it's very important, say, as we will go to confidence, I think you'll see the need for that. Data extraction bias, I think this is the most important one, I see it, because I have taken my time. I think when we are still writing to meet our KPIs here within UNISA, you are very rigorous. You are just trying to get things out there. But then when I went back, I was to do another paper, I saw that my extraction tool was not very strong. Of course, you can get that work published, but then the data extraction tool has to be strong. And I think I'll spend more time just to design a data extraction tool, some of the critical elements that you have to map into the confidence software. Risk of bias assessment. This is when methodologically the quality of studies is not judged. I think those who do meta-analysis will understand that each study is not the same. So I don't know, some people use citation score, some people use impact factor to mitigate this. But you understand that if you have 100 or 50 studies that you are going to sample, I think for statistical analysis within meta-analysis, you would really need a significant number of studies. Maybe 50 can generate maybe close to 100, maybe, I don't know, data points, so you can do your regression. But the important part is your regression, if it treats each research that you are including as if it's the same, then there's a problem. There's this type of bias, the quality, the risk of bias. So you may need to put a citation score or a journal impact factor or a mix of that will help you to say, this study, I'm putting in more weight than the next study based on that. So you can do that. Then synthesis bias, which is just how you are going to analyze your data and stuff. So colleagues, I think these slides will be available, so you can also read in detail about this things. So we are at the end, I think, at the first session of our class, and the next section is going to look at into detail into scoping reviews. We're no longer looking at the other types of reviews, and deep into the software, live demonstrations, and so forth. So maybe we can reflect on these questions and say which review type do you think fits your research interests, and also what evidence gap exists in your literature. So while you are reflecting on these questions, maybe we'll come back, we'll be also using your own fields to sort of do more the practical side of scoping reviews, and also delve into actually the PRISMA methodology and so forth. Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments before we break for tea? I think it's now time for tea. Any questions, any comments? Yes, sir. Please just hold the mic.
Okay, just a comment. I'm not sure, maybe it's in my field, but what I've noticed, most of the journals now are no longer interested in the narrative reviews, because you will send a paper, they will reject, and then maybe the reviewers will comment, no, rather upgrade maybe to systematic review. So that's what I've noticed, maybe in my field. I'm not sure about other fields.
Is this a common thing? Yeah, so the reason is very justifiable. So the reason is because of what we have learned about narrative reviews. They are expert-driven. I think we are often forced by circumstances to write this type of reviews. Maybe you're doing your thesis, or you are writing some work, or you are doing your your primary research. So when you do a primary research, often there is a section where you have to do some kind of review. And usually we don't do it systematically, we just run through it because the purpose is to generate new information. So where you say at the last paragraph of your introduction, where you're saying the research gap is this, that is where you have to have a rigorous review to come up with that. You have to justify that. And normally we don't because we're not writing a review at that point. So a narrative review is only something that can be done by an expert. I don't think if an expert in that area, let's say there is an area of, in my field, conservation agriculture, there are people from the summit that they have been doing these things for a very long time. These people can write narrative reviews because they know exactly who pioneered this work, where did it transition to, so that it's easy for an expert who has worked for a long time in that to not bother themselves with coming up with a systematic search of literature because they know. But for an early researcher like us, I would strongly discourage writing narrative reviews because you have no knowledge of that area. You'd rather go for systematic. Now all the information has been indexed. It's like we no longer have libraries. We have libraries now and catalogs within the internet space. So if you understand what is abstracting, what is indexing, what is this, you can be able to select your literature and synthesize it without actually knowing about that subject. So if someone gives you a topic and search terms, search strategies, you can actually write a review about that and synthesize. So you don't have to know. So I would think it's actually important that they reject it from non-experts because that is always, because you are cherry picking. Remember, you are just selecting research without knowing which one is more seminal, who is strong, who has written so much. Like in conservation agriculture, there's a guy from Wageningen University called, what is his name? Tozo, do you remember? There's a guy from Wageningen called, who has written about the heretics and something like that. He has been writing about that area for a long time. Those people, you know, there's Ben Van Looy within the International Tropical Agriculture, IITA. They've been writing about these subjects. If they write a narrative review, it's accepted. But someone like me, I want to write about those things. I'm still a novice. I don't know so much about that space. So it will be very difficult for it to be accepted, and for a very justifiable reason, because I'm not an expert in that area. So how would I be able to select without doing a systematic search of literature? How do I know who is doing what? Where is the state of art in that area? It will be very difficult. Does anyone have a different opinion on this narrative review? Do you think it's biased that these guys are, yes, please, get the mic, please, just for recording purposes.
Thank you. I think it also has to do with bias because it's not easily reproducible.
Yes.
Somebody cannot fact check what we've done. They tend to, reject. But then, rather than getting frustrated, having your your narrative review rejected over and over and over and over, and you lose interest and, discard it. There is also a way to go around it. Maybe if you are targeting a Q1 journal, you may step down to Q2 to see if they can see reasons with you to get that published.
Indeed.
And then even Q3, and then at the end of the day, getting it published. Yeah. Because some of them will tell you, go and upgrade to systematic review.
Yeah.
Even if you end up doing that, some will still ask you, why not add a meta-analysis to this? For more evidence synthesis and stuff like that. So you keep working on something over and over and over, and at the end of the day, you may get frustrated. So I think the issue of being an expert is subjective.
Yes.
If you've worked in an area, you've got some 2-3 publications in an area, in my view, you are an expert enough to do a review on that area. Let's say a disease, brucellosis in animals.
Yes.
You've got 1 or 2 publications, you've done some research work on that and all that. You exposed enough to be able to say something. But then these guys, those journal editors and reviewers may not agree with you. Rather than getting you frustrated, upgrade to systematic review, do meta-analysis, even with it, after the meta-analysis, do subject to the views of the reviewers. So I think you can just push it to try another journal and get it. But I believe that once I've written a manuscript and I'm satisfied with it, I will get it published. If not here, I'll go to the other place.
Thank you for that pointer. I think the main point that I got from that is that it's because of the subjectivity and the selection bias and or whatever bias is associated with narrative reviews. So the best, I think once you have already done, I think that he gave you, once you have already produced that paper, you cannot throw it away. You can try to downgrade or try to publish it in other journals. But the most important thing also is that because it's a bias, it's not reproducible. Let us just try to abstain from that. It's in other words, what I'm trying to say, and this I'm saying it provocatively so that at least I can hear your opinion. It's very unscientific, this type of writing. As long as something is not reproducible, it's not scientific. We can publish it, but the fact that no one can come and carry out the same study and produce the same outcome, it becomes unscientific. Science is always about being able to reproduce the same experiment and come out with the same outcome. So, colleagues, maybe we can take a break for coffee, then we can come back. And how long was our coffee break on the program? Thank you. The doc with the duke. No, we introduced ourselves, so I didn't get your name. Kalisho. Kahisho. She was saying that during the tea break that she would have wanted to explore the use of electronic databases and searching and stuff, and I would prefer that you should echo such comments here so that at least we can see if other people would also want the same. So anyone else who has certain areas that they feel they want us to delve deep into or us to explain a little bit more, please feel free to do so. This is meant to be an interactive exercise. Okay. Should we give 5 minutes for people to come back? Do you think, is there anyone that knows someone who is gone, who is not coming back, or maybe this is all that's left of us? I know my mentor is coming back. Fumpi is here. Visi, what's the name of your colleague? Is called? Noel. Emmanuel. Is he coming back? All right. It's one of those new laptops. I think when we had the postdoc meeting, he was the only one who had a new laptop. You got that 30K. And this one, who is that? Who was sitting there? Daniel. Do you think we should wait, or we can wait a bit? Okay. Dr. Shez is back. Dr. Shezi is back. And Simpiwe was just reminding me that I did this training when we were at UKZ and when I was a student. Once, and I became so proud that I really want to share my knowledge, because I remember when I learned it, there's this systematic or scoping type of review methodology. I'd gone for a summer school at Stellenbosch University. They have what they call, is it called African Doctoral Academy? So I had gone there as a PhD student, and I met someone from medical studies. They were studying medicine. And she was telling me that, there is this thing that we are using. It's new. And that's when I said, I'm going to look into it. And at the time, I didn't know any software that would do that. So I would read a lot of papers trying to find the software. And finally, I came across a paper that had used this other software called Distiller SR. So there is another software which is not confidence, which is called Distiller SR, which can also help you to screen and extract data. So I was just self-taught doing this, and I said I wouldn't want any other student to suffer like I did. So I set up a training. I said I'm going to train other students to do that. So by then, Simpiwe, we were in the same department at UKZN. So yeah, do you think we wait a little bit more for Daniel, or maybe, does anyone have his number just to confirm what time is taking? All right, so we can wait for him. Yeah. So just to reiterate what Kahiso has said, she wanted to learn more about electronic databases. I am, and search strategies actually. But we will revisit in passing, because we want to, this program to get to the use of the software. We are free to create another training that is more focused. It should you see the need to go deep into anything, any of the concepts. We can set it up. We may not have to formalize it. We can just gather around and find some space where we can have this kind of a session. But should it be allowed to us to do it like this, then we can also do that. So please take note of areas that you think you need us to go deep into. Yes. Get a mic for. So we are using the mic for recording purposes, because we are recording this, so that at least we can decide whether to stream it or not. So when you speak, please just ask for a mic.
Okay, I just wanted to say for us, the new researchers, we would have appreciated that you also touch base on systematic review in more detail and meta-analysis in more details, just to extend our knowledge.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so unfortunately, I'm also not an expert in meta-analysis and systematic reviews. I was speaking with my colleague there, and Emmanuel is an expert. We were thinking maybe we can put our heads together and organize another session on that. We will find a way that we can combine our knowledge and share with the rest of our peers. So thank you so much for highlighting that. Yes. So I think we can go ahead. Is there any other person that wants to reflect on what you have already covered, and maybe they want us to, there is an area that they think maybe in the future we could spend more time? You should not be afraid that maybe you feel like I'm the only one who doesn't know this. All right, thank you so much. I think, Fumbi, sorry.
Vida, could you please touch on the bullying search strategy a little bit?
Thank you. I think that's the same concern that Kahiso was highlighting. And we will indeed, I had indicated that it's part of the slides that are coming on scope, because it's on the scoping review methodology. So when you leave this workshop, you should be able to perform a scoping review on maybe not a meta-analysis or other types of review, but a scoping review, definitely. And I think when we were reflecting during tea, Tekshua, my colleague, the one with the cap, and Tekshua is a Zimbabwean name, and I actually didn't know that there was another person called Again, so Dr. Aveli was telling me that he met someone called Again, so I know we have all kinds of names in Zimbabwe, like Talent, More Life, Learn More, but I didn't know there was Again. Of course, Give More and all these are common names. So I only became very self-aware that Tekshua is an interesting name when someone was saying, wait, I hate this name. All right. So we were reflecting during the tea break with Tekshua that this idea of a narrative review, and also with Emmanuel, I think, that this idea of, I was being very emphasizing on narrative review being unscientific, and I think some of you guys already have a lot of narrative reviews in your portfolio, in the pipeline, so I think it was important for us to take a step back and reflect on that. And I think Tekshua's idea of also the integrated or the hybrid reviews. You could have a very systematic search strategy until you come up with your articles to include. Then from there, your synthesis becomes a narrative. So I think that hybrid type, I could also recommend it, because you could search, and we'll see how we are going to go about the search. You could search until a point where the synthesis itself becomes a narrative. But it means you are going to write, to report on every study. The synthesis aspect of it is what we need to look into. Tekshu, I think from your experience, because you are currently doing that, I'm currently writing a scoping review, so I'm actually sharing what I'm currently doing right now. Of course, for my PhD, I've published 2 scoping reviews, and I have one that is out there. So I have one that I'm writing, so I am learning each time I am writing a scoping review that this methodology could be improved further. So I think with the experience that we gain, there is an opportunity for us to even write collaborative work of our experiences in writing different types of review and come up with a new protocol that we could also propose, especially for ourselves. So the hybrid type, I think we could develop a protocol for it, to say how can you convert a narrative review into something that can be reproducible. And I'm referring specifically to Tekshua because he has some softwares he's using to synthesize. I think he's using Zotero and all other, like just to, and I want to learn from his experience, because we always critique each other's work, like, but this. So we can learn from that experience to say, how do we report? Because in the age of AI and these softwares, there are many opportunities to synthesize without really reading every paper. So there are now new ways of synthesizing. This data extraction process that we are going to report in this study is just one of them. But there are now, because remember, Covidence is not like what you would call, and someone was calling it what? Software. It's a web-based system, and so it's something that is online. So I think it's just that these guys from Health Sciences were able to put it together and it's improving every day now. There is AI that they are integrating in terms of screening and searching and things like that. But it's coming through. So, without wasting time, let's jump into scoping reviews. So, what exactly is the focus of scoping review? So, scoping reviews maps the breadth of the existing and emerging literature evidence. I think we have already discussed this before, and it may take time and effort, especially when it comes to planning, searching, synthesis, and everything. This is a bit, it takes time. Some people were commenting on, I remember the COD was saying with us being paper machines. So sometimes we may want to really write faster, maybe because we have 3 papers. We have a paper in 4 months, practically a paper in 3 months, because we still have the rest of the other 3 months for postdocs. You have to be renewing your contract. So that means every 3 months you have to be writing a paper so that you'll be able to meet your targets. So it can be very, so I think there are ways of making it faster. And I might not really go into details into the use of AI outside of like generative AI tools, like your DeepSeek, your Chat, OpenAI and things like that. I will just focus more on the AI that is integrated within Confidence. The common uses, evaluating emerging complex topics. So this is, so we have 5 steps that are involved in a scoping review. The first step is to define the question of interest. So that what topic do you want to cover? Or what concept are you mapping? Maybe, is there anyone who is writing any literature review at the moment? Because remember, it was a requirement that you bring in a topic, or at least an objective. Just to randomly, who is close to the mic, just say, where's the mic? I know someone must have a topic. Yeah. So I'm just asking, like, just so that we can see we're together. Okay, so the second step is to conduct a systematic search. So this is where you are searching your databases. And by the way, these electronic databases are, they are almost like electronic libraries. So instead of going to the library, remember, some of us who went to school back in the day, we would go to the library and we have to search like what were called catalogs and things like that, and you have to know a certain kind of a number, and then you go with that number to go to locate a book. So you would have something that the librarian gives you, so electronic databases are almost the same. Think of them exactly as the same. Has anyone ever used, I didn't get your name, my sister. Zinhle. So Zinhle, have you ever used a library? A physical library? Okay, so you understand this thing that I'm talking about when you're looking for a book. All right. So it's important to think of electronic databases. Kahiso, you were mostly interested in this as a physical library, but this is now an electronic space where books are, or information is indexed. You know, there is also indexing in a library and abstracted. So when you are writing or anyone who has ever written or has read a journal article, you would see that there is a title at the top, then there are authors there and their affiliations, then there is an abstract, then there are keywords. So that's exactly how these things are filed within electronic database. So when you are searching, sometimes it can ask you for a topic search, especially in Web of Science, as you shall see. A topic search would be a title, abstract, and keywords. And you go to Web of Science, it's the same. It might be called a title search, but it will still show you when you hover your mouse there to say it's a title, abstract, and keywords. So it's the way that the articles are filed or arranged within, I think they call it indexing or abstracting within the space of infometrics or scientometrics. So the third step is to then, once you have searched your databases and stuff, then you can now go to the third step, which is to screen studies for eligibility, which is now when you apply your inclusion and exclusion criteria. Which studies am I? So when you search your electronic databases, as you shall see, you have thousands and thousands of papers. And then you want to, within those papers, you want to select which ones am I including or not. And it is at this point that confidence becomes helpful. So from your electronic databases, usually you can export all your results based on your inclusion criteria, on your search strategy, based on step 2. All the outcomes of the output that will come, let's say 10,000 papers. So the 10,000 papers would mean that your search strategy was too broad, it was not good. So the development of a search strategy is a very iterative process. And you have to be satisfied that now my search strategy is making sense. When you see that it covers all the broad aspects of the topic that you want to focus on. So I'll give you an example of the work that we are doing. So you understand how you can critique it. Because someone, I mean, if I was to review any scoping review or systematic review, this is where I think most papers will fail, because I'll say, but why didn't you include this word? And this word was going to include more papers, or why did you include this word? Because it included unnecessary papers. They are not covering your topic. So this is where it becomes very important, the search strategy. Before you screen, your search strategy should have already done some very good work. Then you screen, which is where you apply your inclusion criteria. Maybe you can say, I'm only limiting to studies that were published after a certain year. I'm only limiting to studies that are published in English. I'm only limiting to peer review studies. Then the other limitations, inclusions, are conceptual based on what objectives you are doing. Then you then synthesize and interpret. So we will look at this in a different way, as a funnel, or as a different kind of illustration. So you can identify your studies. You can see that at the top you have all the things that came from the electronic databases. Then you screen. Usually you screen by title, you screen by full text. So title, usually in confidence, is title and abstract. That means you're just reading the title and the abstract only to determine which study to include, one by one. Then after that, you will further screen by, because some of the studies you are not sure whether this should be included in your study. You want to read the full text. And maybe you read the full text, you say, no, it's not. You exclude until you are left with the studies that you are going to include. So you can also include it like that, then you are left with 58. I think this is referring to the current study that we are working on. So we started with 2,000, filtered 1.7, removed the duplicates. We had 223 that we got into the full text. Now we had to read the full text of every. It's not like you are reading the full text really, but you are just reading a bit more to understand that study. So the studies that you read full text, I think those ones I would have qualified. So normally you read a bit, then you say, no, it's out, it's not talking about this. But I think we'll go into detail with this. This is just the conceptual. So as you can see, this is the prisma that came from our study. And we had had 2,584, and you saw there that 1,300 came from Scopus and 1,200 came from Web of Science. We did not take anything from Grey literature because we thought Grey literature did not have the methodological rigor that we needed in our study, so we wanted something that is peer-reviewed. So from there, we removed 1.7 after title screening, and we also identified, Covidence also identified duplicates of 1,600, and no, actually 17 duplicates were removed manually in Covidence. We just being able to see that this study, I've read it, but normally they are following each other because Covidence also has got an artificial intelligence system that allows it to set studies that are related together. But also it also has an artificial intelligence that allows studies that are relevant to your topic at the top. So you see that as you go down to screening, it becomes easier because those that are screened at the last are normally not important. So then we've screened 883. So remember, can someone maybe explain their understanding of why we had so many duplicates identified by Covidence, like 1,600? Doc? Where is the mic? What's up? Do we have a mic somewhere? Who has the mic, please? Yeah. Doc, please. Just shoot.
No, I was just thinking out loud. Isn't it because you got the studies from different sources or search engines?
All right. Great. That's exactly the answer. So let's be very clear about the difference between a search engine and an electronic database. A search engine is like your Google, your Microsoft Edge. This is an electronic database because you need to be using this language when you're reporting. So it's because they came from the same different electronic databases. So we had Web of Science and Scopus. So these are similar databases in a way because they are abstracting or indexing information in social science and agricultural sciences research and so forth. So if I had included Medline, let's say, as a third electronic database, or PubMed as a third electronic database, I might not have retrieved much in my field, especially the topic. Although I could have retrieved something, they would still be likely indexed within this very tool. So it's important also the choice of electronic databases. It's very important. Science Direct, Scopus, and Web of Science may be the most appropriate for my field of study. And you know your field of study is also what they choose. Yes. Yes. We are getting to that, Doc. So please, Doc, just in the future, for the purpose of recording, just request the mic first. I know you're a very shy guy.
Thank you, Doc. I also wanted to ask about, is it recommended to use Google Scholar on the search engines? Sometimes on some systematic reviews, I see they use Google Scholar. Some they don't. Is it recommended to use Google Scholar as your database?
That's a very good question. It's neither here or there. It depends with your objective. I do not normally use Google Scholar because it has grey literature. So you have newspapers there, you can have what you call institutional reports, But if your purpose, for example, I was telling you about textual, his research is focusing mainly also on those kind of reports, institutional reports, FAO reports, and things like that, that are not peer-reviewed, by the way. So if your focus is on that and you want to include that, because maybe that's where more information is actually coming from, then Google Scholar becomes important. Then that means using Web of Science and Science Direct and all these other more peer-reviewed databases might not retrieve the information you want. So I wouldn't say you should use, I think it depends on your research objectives. Yes. Kahiso, you want to speak?
Thank you. I wanted to ask about the minimum number of search engines one should use. And again, after screening and everything, abstract, title, keywords, how many articles should one be having that saying that I'm going to use these articles to write the scopic review?
All right, thank you. I think some of these questions will be answered later on because I was just giving a conceptual ground of view to understand what is scoping review, actually methodology, Prisma framework, and the Prisma diagram. So we will understand that the number of papers that will be retrieved even at the initial stage depends on the topic itself, on your search strategy, on how many studies have been done in that area. Then also after filtering, it also depends on the focus of your topic. So someone who is looking at climate smart agriculture in the world, maybe let's say that's your topic. I'm sure you have thousands or tens of thousands. Someone who is looking at same topic, climate smart agriculture in South Africa, would have less papers at the beginning as well as at the end. So it depends on the scope. How many? So someone who is looking at maybe causes of, what was this topic, Matlati? Causes of stress in university students. Someone who is looking at such a topic might not have many studies. So something like that. It just depends on what has been covered. But we will get into that. I think there's someone who, Emmanuel asked about also why the number of papers was like that, because he's seeing more. This is also based on the search strategy, and you understand. And colleagues, I want you also to critique this, but remember this was supposed to be something you were coming with because we wanted to focus our workshop on the software, but we also saw that since the COD gave us some food, we could stay a bit longer. So that's why I included the search strategy now. So these are usually based on keywords, the search strategy, subject headings, Boolean operators, and database selection. So I think I'll just go into you to understand what even a Boolean operator is and so forth and so forth. So I'm using this study that we are writing, circular economy implementation in smallholder agriculture, a scoping review of barriers and enabling factors and scaling pathways. So you see this one, it's a collaborative work. It's not part of our main work. It's something we're just doing with other authors from different universities. The search strategy is this one. So you see that in Web of Science core collection, you have that title abstract key. That's the way it looks like. But if you put it in another, it will be written topic search. In Scopus, let's see. In Scopus, it's a topic search. Then in in Scopus, it's a title abstract key. Then in Web of Science, it's written topic search. So if you go to Web of Science, and I will go quickly to just demonstrate, you will see that there is what is written topic. And if you hover your mouse around topic, it says title, abstract, key. So it means it's going title of the journal, abstract of the journal, and the keywords. Remember, it's not searching the whole journal. It's searching only that. So when you go to the Web of Science, it's doing the same, but it's called the title abstract key. It's clearly defined there if you go there. So if you look at this, you will see that after several iterations, you would have this. And remember, it's also important to put a date stamp. Otherwise, if I want to reproduce it and maybe thousands other authors wrote that study, I will not be able to know when that search was taken. And then I will say I've produced different results from yours. So if you go out at the date stamp and search this, more or less you should be able to get the same retrieve information. So this is an imaging study. So that's why we chose to do a topic review. There is a concept of circular economy. I think those who are working with Prof. Tagui would know that she's also into that, and bioenergy and all is part of a circular economy. So here we wanted to see if this concept has been applied in smallholder agriculture. And in the beginning, I was thinking I'm going to get zero outputs, and then I'll be very happy. I was, in my opinion, I was willing to publish it if I was going to have zero results. I was willing to publish that and say there is no work that has been done on this. I am the first person to do this. So it's also interesting to delve into subjects that you have confidence that there might not be, but you have to justify. You can't say there is no study without doing the actual search. So it's almost like reporting negative results, as it were. So because this happened during my PhD, I was also working in the space of circular economy, but I searched for a topic about willingness to pay for human excreta-derived fertilizers. So I searched, I did the screening, everything. At the end, I was left with 5 studies. So I said, what? So after all this work, I'm not going to find something to report. Then I changed my topic. I said, why do we know so much and yet so little? A scoping review of, you see. So, and it was easy to publish. People were and even the citations were very interesting because people were saying, oh, wow, we didn't know that there is not work which is being done in this area. So it's also important to publish those those negative results that you find. So if you look, there is smallholder and then there is an asterisk. So that smallholder and an asterisk means if anything that is smallholder what, and this is the smallest word that wants to be retrieved. So that means if something is smallholders, or I don't know, let's assume there was even smallholdering, it will still come because this is the smallest word. So it will make more sense when but you also see that there is also small-scale farm. I said or, then I saw small-scale farm. That means if something is small-scale farmers, small-scale farming, it will come. But you will see that small-scale farm is also in quotes. That means I'm looking for the full small-scale farming. Like I'm not looking for small-scale and farm separately. So that's an or means if something is saying smallholder, and it finds something that is, it doesn't find that. If it finds small-scale farm, I still want to retrieve. So or means this or that. I mean, it's a English. But also smallholder farmers can be small-scale as well. Small-scale agriculture. Sometimes it's not farm now, it's now agriculture. So all those things, or small farm. I saw that in literature. Some people from Western Africa are not calling it small scale or smallholder, they're calling it small farm or family farming. You would see that that's another concept. So the or is constantly repeating to say this concept, I want to repeat the same concept. If it comes as subsistence, if it comes as small scale, if it comes as smallholder, if it comes, either of these, I want to have results of that. But these results should only come if they include the following. Now that's end. They only come if they include something smallholder, whatever, including circular economy. So I wanted to understand circular economy in smallholder context. So if it's circular economy in family farm, it will come. Circular economy in small scale, in subsistence, it will come. So when you say end, now you are including others. You're saying, I want this and that. It's almost like what you would call intersection in the sets, in mathematical sets. To say, I want the intersection of either A or B or C or and. Then you intersect with X, Y, Z. So those small little things that you are seeing that is shaping the smallest word is just me also trying to be fancy, so that if AI or large language modeling fails to pick, but normally even if you don't, it would normally retrieve. But just to be on the right side of things, it's always good to help it, to make sure that you are very accurate. So circular economy, circular agriculture, or secular farming, or circular food system, or secular, so anything that is within the range of secular, no matter how they describe it, I want to make sure that someone might just not write secular economy and smallholder agriculture, but they say secular agriculture and small scale. Then that paper is excluded if I did not make sure that I include the or. So secularity, someone might use secularity, someone might use valorization. There are different secular bioeconomy, there are different concepts that they use to describe this phenomenon of interest. Then I wanted to see. Then I searched, and then Web of Science gave me 195, the other one gave me 267. I searched again with a different iteration, same, but with secular, I added more broader, just to broaden a bit the search. I added valorization, I added the recycling, I added, I wanted to make sure, because I was not happy that 195 seems to be like a very small number. Then it broadened, you see, just now this demonstrates how a search strategy is very important, because I have not screened anything at this point. But remember, this is because this is an emerging area. This is not an area that, because if it was another area, I'm expecting to get 10,000, 11,000, or sometimes 5,000, depending. So, but your search strategy, remember, it has to be justifiable, because this is where reviewers can just knock you down before they went further. Then they're not reading the paper. They're saying, no, until this person is made, clarified this, why this was not included, I'm not going to read this paper. Please return it back to the author so that he can clarify why he's talking about this. But in a search strategy, there are many papers that were excluded by the search strategy. Better you include. So that's why you can get away with murder if your search strategy can include a lot of things. But the idea is that you are going to suffer in screening, because you are going to retrieve a lot of unnecessary information. So that means every day, and screening, I'm sure everyone who has screened to tell you that sometimes you get headaches, because you are just looking at the title and you just include, exclude, as you shall see. So I broadened it. I'm sure I took this from an old version of the manuscript, but I broadened it as well, as you can see there, and still now I say the residue, biomass reuse, and all that. I just wanted, because when you search initially, you get words that when you are reading article, it will help you to refine your keywords. So that's very important as well. In terms of eligibility, this is an example. I hope this is not very old. This was searched at the day of, Albert, is it the day of the independence, the date of the independence in Zimbabwe, right? 18? No? Yeah, 18, yeah. So I think that was the cutoff that I put on that day, and then I stopped my search. So then I started now screening. So I said publication type and period. This is only limited to peer-reviewed articles, documented case studies, and review articles that are published until that date. So anything that came out that came, if there was an author that published after, if you search, you find that there will be more papers that were published, but that timestamp is saying, the idea is transparency and reproducibility. I want someone to do that and be able to get the same output. Then a smallholder, this circular economy implementation, I was mainly focusing on the implementation. So in my now I want to use this to screen. This is no longer a search strategy. This is to screen. I wanted to only find work that was talking about implementing this concept of circular economy in smallholder agri. So if someone was describing another phenomenon, I was not including. So smallholder agri-food system context, it has to be within smallholder. So if it was applied in large scale, I'm not. So you see the inclusion criteria. Implementation evidence. You have to show me that this thing has been applied in smallholder agriculture. I had to see the demonstration of that. So a lot of studies failed that criteria. Then also contribution to understanding the transition itself of circular economy, like barriers, opportunities, pathways. So you would find some papers were not primary research, but they were framed in an institutional, like kind of narrative way. I still included them because they were giving me insights into understanding, but they were commenting on papers that did that. Then exclusion, of course, if it was an industrial, large scale, you understand, it's just the opposite of what I was including. So that's, to a large extent, the inclusion criteria. Yeah, I think, would you wish for us to demonstrate this? All right. Just this search strategy. All right. Okay. So, this would be Web of Science. I hope I'm lucky enough to get my histories. Yes. Thank you.
Before you continue,
yes,
you said that from your paper you only considered 2 electronics databases, right?
Mm-hmm.
So don't you think that you are being biased on your paper because there are other electronic databases out there?
You said I considered 2 electronic databases.
Yeah, if not mistaken.
Yes, yes, yes.
So I was asking if, don't you think that you are being biased on your paper because there are other
Electronic databases
out there?
Yes, so the justification is that, and this is something that a lot of my papers in the area of study are in this. And when I say a lot, I'm being modest. I'm saying most likely all the papers you would likely to find that are peer-reviewed. In fact, you would see that when we are looking at the DHET list of journals, you would see that there is often this thing of saying Scopus something. So Scopus, most of my work that I do, I expect to find it there. Anything outside there, and it's not. But there is a very big but. The challenge I would give out there is to say, if there is any paper that a reviewer or someone can find that has been indexed outside this database, I would definitely want to know it. So there is often what we call back searching and snowballing, because there is seminal work out there, if you know your area of study, that you know, but this work is not there. Or you can go to Google Scholar, you understand, just to confirm your searches. Say, can you find other work that is appearing? So this is a second layer of, after you have searched based on your justification of electronic, then it has to be solid, your justification of electronic databases. The other one, you are using it just to what do you call it? Yes. So you are just using it to make sure that you can validate the first one. But the number of duplications that you found already told you a story, that these databases are containing the same information. But you may have 1 or 2, but I know it because I was doing it in confidence. and we shall demonstrate. Confidence will be actually telling you that any additional search you are putting did not generate an additional new paper that is unique. So every paper was just wiped out as duplicates. Every time you put now Scopus, it's wiped out. So if you can find, and this is very important, if you can find any other paper, and your search should be such that you can justify to this extent, that if you can find any other paper in another database that is out there, that is peer-reviewed, that is not indexed in Scopus and in Web of Science, then it becomes a problem there. So it's very important. That's why I was saying in most of medical research, and I'm not sure animal science because I think it crosses into that space, that you may find some work in Medline or maybe PubMed. You see, so it may be possible that you have to have a validation with, but remember, it's not more work. Remember, because you have the same search strategy that you are just pasting and then retrieving. So it's not more work. You are not changing anything, it's the same strategy. Where you have to just be careful is to make sure that, are you doing the same search? If it's a topic search, title, abstract, keywords, are you doing the same title, abstract, keywords in all the databases? Because they are named differently. So you have to just select that as we shall demonstrate. But Emmanuel, I think you wanted it to have a follow-up. Yes. All right. So I'm just, unfortunately, fortunately, some of my previous search history is still there. And I'm seeing that I did not sign in, and yet I'm lucky enough to get a history. So you will see that there are, I'm worried about this. Anyway, you will see that, I don't know, colleagues, let me just do this. Okay. So a search, this is a way I was saying you would find a topic search or a keyword search. You can choose whichever search. I normally think it's more exhaustive if you do a title abstract keyword search. But just to do it at the same time, you see that this is in Web of Science, this is called a topic search, and this is where I was saying you would see that it's still a title abstract keyword. That means I'm performing the same search in different databases. So if you put your keywords there, I don't know if I would be able to get a history here. Very unlucky here. Maybe I have to log. Maybe I have to, All right, maybe we can just do a fresh search, I think that makes sense. All right, so once you select, you see some of it saying title. So if you do a title search here, and then you do a title abstract keywords in that means you're searching two different things. So rather do a topic or a topic and justify why you did a topic. So I'm doing here a topic search. Who has a topic that they have that I can attempt to? So I just use the one that I was using. Yeah? We want the one that has English words, I'm struggling to spell it. All right, let's just try the keywords that we have. So, but we don't want to copy and paste because then we will not see. So let's say the idea was circular economy, right? Circular economy, right? So circular economy, because there are two words, we have to put them in quotes. Because if we put them like that, it will find something that is secular, it will retrieve it. It will find something that is talking about economy, it will retrieve it. So we want to say secular economy, and we bound it with Boolean operators so that it is going to only retrieve something that is written secular economy. But let's say this concept of secular economy is something that is, unfortunately, also spellings matter. Eh? So let's say if this thing that is secular economy is also referred in different words, so that another paper might have written about secular economy but was calling it secular agriculture. So we have to find synonyms of this concept. And this is very important. So then you can go or what, or you can either add a row and say or here. You can see. Or, but because I'm assuming we are now experts, we can just put or here so that it's faster. It's the same. Eh? You can put or here. Then you can say, in quotes again, secular agriculture. In quotes. We can go again and say or and go on and put the secularity, maybe we can put secularity, and we can say or secularity. But when we say secularity, we don't have to put it in quotes because it's just one word. Maybe just to demonstrate because it's one word. So we don't have to put it in quotes. So, but when we find another word that is also 2 words or 3 words, we put it in quotes. Maybe then we say and. Which secular economy are we looking at? Then and. You see, and is already there. Not that we don't want to put it in all fields, it's still a topic. Then we are saying and smallholder agriculture. I mean, I can possibly do this just to demonstrate the use of another boolean there. So smallholder. You see, we didn't go to kindergarten. Eh? So smallholder. So smallholder agric. Then I put an asterisk to say agricultural, smallholder. Then I can say or again, smallholder farming. Smallholder farm. I can say farm, then I can put an asterisk, and I can put a course. The idea here is to say smallholder farmers, smallholder farming, smallholder what is going to come, but this farm is the smallest word that we are going to be using. And or going on. Or remember, here I can decide to put like brackets. I don't know whether this works. I can decide to put brackets here. I can decide to put brackets here and say and here without having to use the another row and then just continue open brackets and continue like that. So it will be the same. Even if I don't put brackets and I put or by adding the next row, the next row, the next row, then I say and later on. If I say search, the syntax or the code that will come out will just be the same. So, but for now, let's see what is going to happen here if we press search. Eh? There was a question. Eh? Yes. The mic. So that's a very important question because it's going to help us. And colleagues, because this is a systematic and a reproducible process, it's very important to master this part. The rest you can also master, but if you get this wrong, even if you get the rest, it will still be wrong, your search. So the brackets I put there, these are called Boolean operators. So Boolean operators are mathematical operators, or in a way, I think. I would not know, but I remember the people that are doing mathematics at PhD level, they talk of these Booleans and things like that. So Boolean operators these are like trying to help us to get either a union of a set, a union B, or an intersection of A in it. So the OR being a union, the AND being an intersection. But you see, we can put OR, secular economy, but the codes, they call quotation marks. The codes are combining these words so that in literature, when it goes to search in the database, it's only searching those words when they are written in that order. So secular economy. But if I remove the codes, it will retrieve something that is secular economy as well, it will come, but secular studies, secular anything will come. And the economy of something, African economy and everything will come. So that's why you then see people say, but how come my results have got tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands? Because you did not restrict your search, you see. So while you are searching secular economy, you could have just searched anything else, secular something, secular thinking, which is a religious study. So it's going to come, you understand? So when you say secular economy without codes, it will not know that you only want secular economy. So that's the importance of codes. So codes are also Boolean operators. The asterisk that I was putting on farm is saying I want it, when it is restricted to smallholder farm, but I want it to also include farmers, farming, because if you say smallholder farmers, then anything that is smallholder farming might not come out because you have restricted with smallholder. So you are saying the smallest word I want is farm, so that if it's smallholder farmers, it comes smallholder farming will come small, you understand? So that's the restriction of that Boolean, which is an asterisk. So there could be many more Boolean, but just for these. But like what we have said, OR is defining the union. So it's defining the similar words that explain the same phenomenon. So some people might say HIV, some people might say AIDS, some people might say, but maybe these words are explaining the same thing. So you might want to say AIDS or HIV or immunodeficiency syndrome or what. You want those things to come. Then you say AND. Then you say maybe you want to study something that has to do with maybe the treatment of it. Then you start now search for drugs. So sometimes you can say what is antiretroviral drugs. Then maybe there's another drug, but you want studies that looked at this disease and also the treatment. So only studies that combined the same. So studies that are talking about HIV alone, you are not interested. Only when they combine it with the treatment are you looking at. So that's the end. The OR is for a union. I don't know whether that explains it. Yeah. Are they? Uh-huh. Yeah, let me check. Like I was just, that's why I had to include the one that I've used. I thought maybe I can check another study, but you see on the symbols there, I think you just have these ones. I think they are, do you have any other, does anyone, I think these are exhaustive. Yeah, I think these are exhaustive. I don't think there would be, but it's a very interesting question, by the way. But I don't think, but I think when you look at this sage, this is already a syntax that I copied from the database. So I'll go back to the database so that you see how, so when we say search, remember we are going to advanced search. Then we say search. So let's see what we will retrieve here. 46 studies, you see. And I want you to compare that with my search. Remember, this is a subset of my search. I want you to compare that with this search, because this search had more alternatives to that. That's just to demonstrate the importance of the or. This is demonstrating the importance of the or, because once you put, this means when you only look at small scale, smallholder agriculture, small scale subsistence was not. So maybe these studies are mainly using subsistence. So that's the importance of the synonyms. So if you don't use or, you are having 46 studies already. So remember, your search strategy by itself can screen out trash without you having to screen. So it makes the job easier if your search strategy is correctly executed. But remember, and I don't want you to be, I don't want this to be misleading. Remember, this is an emerging, because we had to think that this study, I don't think this concept has been applied in smallholder agriculture. So of course they are, but this is still an emerging study. So you are likely to come up. But this already demonstrates the importance of these bullions. Because with a better study, I'm actually now thinking that, am I presenting the same things here? Because remember we had, I'm just thinking I might have mixed up some things. There is something that we were demonstrating somewhere, I don't know. Yeah, I think this, we'll see when we go to Covidence. I think this is another review, this results. So the results for this will be different, because this is this is a review that I think we have already done with 58 studies. So this review is already complete. The other one is in process. So maybe when I wanted to generate a prisma diagram, it was better to go for a study. So I was now confused, like, why am I talking about 200 retrieved, but there was 2,000. So this is a different study, so just to avoid confusion there. So the one that I'm using to demonstrate, I felt like it was more important because it is in progress, and I'm going to also show the data extraction template that is work in progress as well, because there are some learning lessons that I got from there. Any other question? Yeah. So anyway, we wanted to do this in Scopus. All right. Yes. Please go. So on the ad, you are going to put and. I will go back to the does it add keywords? I'll go back to our search. Yes, you're going to add a row here and say and again. But now I'm limiting it to South Africa. So let's say this is still, you have to make sure you change here to topic, eh? This is still South Africa, right? Because it's South Africa, it's 2 words, you will do it like this, eh? Then you put the quotes. You can say or. Let's say South Africa is, some people are making a different study and they are calling it Mzansi in their study. Then you have to include Mzansi, assuming that, remember, if you put a quote on one word, there is no mistake, it's just that it's not going to help you in any way. Or, let's say some people say South Africa is called Azania. So you can continue, because some people might be doing research but not saying South Africa, saying this was done in Azania and everything, and they talk about Azania all the time. But they're not, but this study is in South Africa. So that's the importance of the or. So then you can The moment I will put South Africa here, just for demonstration purposes, you will see that there is only one study. I've not screened, I've not done anything, but just based on the SAGE strategy, I already know on the database that there is only impacts of rainfall and temperature changes on smallholder agriculture in Limpopo, South Africa. I don't even need to go and stage. What this is showing me is that no study has been done on the area that I'm doing in South Africa, in South Africa, because this already is going to be excluded. This was just retained based on some smallholder agriculture and some combination there. So a very good search word will make life easy for the researcher. My grandmother used to say, small brains will make the owner suffer, or something like that. So there was a way of saying that once you do your work, you execute it very well, everything's going to be easy for you as a researcher, especially the search strategy for search review. So it's just that my intention was more on the software and everything, so I did not put more effort on wanting to do this in terms of budgeting time. But I think because of the request, I think it was very important. So we do this, we search, we got 46, we go to Scopus. No, I want to just take it as it is. So you will see here it says circular economy. Can I be able to copy? No? Okay, let me just copy it from here. So I copy this. I'll go to Scopus. Scopus is saying title, abstract, keywords. You see, it's the same as the topic in Web of Science. Then I paste it there. I can even add a field, but remember, I could have, instead of just putting the or, I could have just put it here. And you can also say and not, yeah? To say, I want all studies and not the one that has been done maybe in Asia, or and not the one that are talking about this. So that will also restrict your search to not include certain things that are likely to come as a result of things. Then you have this, we were including this one, and then we put it here. We said small agriculture farm, then we search. So see, 63 articles versus 46. Look at how comparable that is. What we are seeing here is most of these studies are indexed in Scopus, and maybe some of these 6 studies that we are finding in are duplications. So sometimes you put that in Covidence, and then Covidence will say you now have 46 unique articles. But then you add these other 63, then it will only add a few to those 46. That means the other 46 are already in the same database. So there are only a few unique articles. But I think what is important before I go there, before we leave here, is already that for argument's sake, let's already see what we were discussing earlier. Remember, I was talking about scientometrics and infometrics, and what were we talking about, by the way? Anyone who remembers? The bibliometric type of reviews. So bibliometric reviews, like the Voice Viewer, what. This is ideally the type of thing that is doing. You see, if you say analyze data, this tree map is usually boring, so maybe I'll do a bar graph. You see, it's already showing us that which studies are coming from environmental sciences, which studies are coming from, and it is already giving us a list. That's what bibliometric studies are normally doing. Or you can, and this is show 25, you can even show 100, I don't know, but it's only because we have a few studies. So you can do analysis by categories, by researcher profiles, by so and so, and all these things. Even, I don't know, do they have citations here? Citation topics? I don't know, whatever this is. bar graph. So it will show us that these have more citations and things like that. So these are other type of studies that they'll be looking into those, and you can actually directly download. But what we wanted to do is to take our search results, and I wanted to demonstrate how you export. You select, then you export. The thing with Covidence is because it accepts a certain type of, what are these called? File types. So you have to use the Reference Information System, RIS, I think. I hope this is what it means. Then you will say records from, but normally if there are more, but because there are only 46, it is already indicated. You can also include maybe full record or information. When you export, you see it created a RIS file. So that when you are in Covidence, you are now importing that file. So just to demonstrate that in Scopus, again, you can export, you can, let me see if you export without no. Let's say if I select here first, I say export. More info. You see Scopus wants me to sign in because I'm not signed in. Let me see if it will work. I've never signed in with my UKZN account. I don't remember doing that. I think I used my personal. Let me see. Let me see my personal account. All right. But anyway, let's not worry so much about this. Did it sign in automatically? It did, eh? Let's try. No, it didn't. I don't know. It went back. Anyway. I wanted to see if I could sign in with use another account for demonstration purposes. I hope this will work, colleagues. And I don't think I remember this password. I think, hey, the whole have to be, we have to do several iterations of passwords. I think it will just waste our time because I don't remember this password. But as we have exported, I think it's enough to demonstrate. So we will go to Covidence and then import those files, and then we can see how we will be able to do that. For now, let's go back and see where we are. So in Covidence, so in Covidence, like we have said, we wanted to focus this on data extraction, but we'll see if we'll get there. For now, the focus when I was thinking about this was that we will focus on data extraction. But for now, let's see. We said you also have to plan, you search, you screen, then you extract data. The screen and extract is in Covidence. Then the synthesis is just, you can do it in SPSS. I use R. Some people prefer Stata. So you can use it in different, and there are other synthesis. Someone was telling me about Notebook LM as a synthesis software for literature review. Someone from information systems that I met in the cafeteria, and I'm going to make sure I will bother them because those are the people that knows how to synthesize literature in this day and age. They are writing even faster than us. So there are methods of, so maybe since we have already looked at screening, let's now define what is data extraction so that when we go to Covidence, we do everything at once, eh? I think it's a better deal. So what is data extraction? So this is the process of collecting relevant information from studies that you have now included. So you have screened and you have said, these are the studies I'm including for my analysis. That structured way of collecting data is what we call data extraction. It uses a standardized form. I will demonstrate with the one that I'm developing, and it also tries to capture the key conceptual parameters of the question you want to answer. It is important to state that a good data collection form, it's almost like a questionnaire for those that do surveys. A good data collection form should minimize the need to go back to the source document. Once you have collected data, if you are going to go back to farmers and ask them, by the way, what was your age? Once you are now already in the field, that means the data collection form, there's a problem. So likewise, now the farmer is no longer a farmer, it's now a research article. So once you have collected data from a research article, if you are going to go back and read that research article, there's a problem. Because in data extraction, a very good data extraction form, once you extract the data, that's over. The only thing that you are doing is to deal with the parameters you have collected. So that's the glory of literature reviews, of scoping reviews. Because once you have captured your data, even in meta-analysis, those who are familiar. So even in meta-analysis, once you have already captured your data, you're no longer going back to understand what that paper was saying, because now your data is telling you what that paper was said, if it was a good data collection. So normally, in terms of designing the data collection form, we follow what is called a framework for scoping review. So there are different frameworks. Some people like to use PCC, some people like to use SPIDER, some people like to use, so different frameworks. I will use the simplest as an example, the PCC framework, which forms the anatomy or the architecture of a scoping review. So you have your population, and then you have your concept, then you have your context. So these are usually the main parameters of a data collection form or a protocol for data extraction. So population is capturing more individual elements of that. So maybe if it is about plants, if it is about animals, those particular animals and the way they are coming from, the species, maybe smallholder farmers in our case, maybe could be what would be then the baseline characteristics, demographics, study the details and things like that. Sample size, you can see that. Sample demographics and so forth. This is usually what would be in your eligibility criteria as well. So the concept is now the core idea, which is what are you asking the question? So you want to understand. And I will demonstrate for the same study so that this becomes more intuitive. What is the phenomenon being investigated, the description of the exposure, and things like that. Then the context is the specific setting in which the study is being done. This is, in this case, maybe South Africa in the case of, for us, it was more of a global study. So we would not, maybe it is situated within smallholder agriculture, but it applies to everything. Then the golden rule of data extraction is that extract only what you need to answer the question. Don't extract everything. Otherwise, you're just wasting your time. It's almost like the golden rule for those that do surveys. Don't ask questionnaires. Remember today, we filled in a form during this registration QR code. Maybe if there was a question that was already asking some information that you were not sure about, you were like, why is this question being asked? Do you understand? So you don't want to ask that question if you don't want to use it. So you always make sure that you ask and make sure that each extracted point can be tracked back to the source information. Right? How does it work? So you design, you create an extraction template, then you pilot it, You take 2 or 3 papers, you answer it, you see that, maybe this is not working, or I've excluded some other questions or something, or there are questions that are not, then you go back, you redesign it, then you go. So this step 1 and step 2 are a bit iterative. Then you extract, then you compare extraction. Let's say you are having 2 reviewers. You compare extraction forms, then you can export your data. This is almost like a double blind, where you can extract and then another reviewer to extract, then you sort of merge your data. Then you see where there are errors. Normally this way we do it, where do we do it? It's almost like you can extract with an AI and you extract with a manual. Then there are studies, I'll demonstrate that. There are studies that have done that to demonstrate whether OpenAI is doing a great job in data extraction. And they did a manual search, what they were calling a golden way. Reviewer 1 and reviewer 2 did manual searches, and then they used AI. Then they put the data together. If you subtract the data sets, usually you should get zeros. But if you don't get zeros, that means there are differences. So those conflicts can demonstrate how effective AI was. So they found that actually OpenAI was performing at 95%, just as good as human beings, and with a more precision, more speed. So, AI is here to stay. I always have lunch with some professors that are saying that they've never used AI, and I'm saying, hey, so how are they going to survive in this new age? So then you compare, then you export your data. Now you export your data is now in a CSV file. You just need to clean it up by maybe, I will demonstrate that. So invest in designing, always pilot, communicate, maintain a log, and extract intentionally. So I'll just make sure that I maybe give you a bit of a, maybe I should skip this, but if there is need for description. But when we are in confidence, you will see that the part of the protocols, remember I was saying PCC, concept, population, concept, and context. You will see that in confidence, these things you will be seeing where they appear. I'm just saying this because I don't know how much information is in your mind now. But you see how they appear, but this is almost like how it will directly map into your data extraction to this concept. So that when you're saying general information, where you're saying year of publication, journal name, what, those ones will appear, then your population characteristics, they will be appearing like this in this format. So what is this thing that we are calling confidence? Confidence is not like a software that you need to install in your computer or something. It's a web-based application. That's why you always have to sign in and then you are there. It's already there. It tracks down everything you are doing. From when you import your data set, it's tracking down from screening, it's tracking down from all the way until data extraction. So only the tracking of it is what is going to generate a Prisma diagram. So it automatically generates a Prisma diagram by just following what you are doing. So the Prisma diagram, you don't have to write it. I saw Tekshua, my colleague, he was using Python, and he had a very nice code, which was a lot to generate a Prisma diagram. I said, please, I want to learn how to do it. But you don't have to draw it it's just a process of tracking what you've actually done. So once you have to draw it separately, there's something wrong, because then you can just alter it. The best you can do for me, I don't know whether reviewers are allowed to do that. I will just ask you, give me your confidence review name, and I will check it out. Then I will go and see whether your Prisma diagram is the same as what you're saying you've done. So even I was on confidence because I think Matladi, I was with the other time we attended, and also Tekshua, we attended the same workshops because they have these workshops. I will also refer you to them, so that you can constantly go and look at this. The last time was also on data extraction. So I was attending this workshop, and so when I was doing my review, I saw that the AI tool is not working. Then I just went to the help desk and said, my data extraction tool is not generating AI. When I go there, because ideally, as you shall see, when you click on the, to fill in where you want to fill in that information, let's say year of publication, ideally, it should show you directly on that paper and highlight where that area is, so that you don't have to really read through the paper to just look for the date of publication. And when you go to name of the publisher, it should just highlight there, take you there. When you go to this, it will take you there. So extraction becomes very easy. But my extraction tool was not working, so I asked them, then they responded and said, it seems you might not be using this, and extraction tool 1 or 2, then please give us the name of your review. I was surprised that so everything that we are doing, they already have access to it. And I gave them the name and said, it seems like you have edited your review so much and it's got other elements that AI does not currently acknowledge. So you have to just use the same form that is developed in there for the AI tools. I said, that's okay. I then continued with how I was doing. So this is 750,000 plus users, 480,000 plus 480 universities and hospitals that are already using this platform, and about 12 million researchers are using this platform. So they have really helped. I've already subscribed to a workshop that I saw that it's starting at 2 a.m. But then at the end, I think there's a slide that I will already give you the workshops so that you can go and already register to also watch. This is also on data extraction. I think it's on data extraction or systematic review. So you get in there, you see that there are 2 extraction files. I'm using extraction 2. They were saying, I think 1 is the one that is using AI, so you will not be able to use AI for data extraction with the extraction 2. So then this is the setup that will be looking like when we go online. So we will try to look at this as our example of the review that will demonstrate when we are back from lunch, and then we have the live demonstration for creating a data extraction template. I don't know if we're exhausted or we can go in a bit 30 minutes, or what do you think, colleagues? It just depends how quick we want to go home, because then we might go. I'm just thinking when we go for lunch, sometimes we are coming back very lazy. Should we continue with the live demonstration? Thank you. Because after this, there's just the framework for the use of AI. How do you report? What are the principles? And these are just a few slides. So we can just enter the live demonstration of Covidence. Sorry? All right. Just one moment. Please get him a mic.
Yeah, it's as regards the Prisma diagram. We've got different types depending on the databases and then whether you use Grail literature or not. There is also this type that is popularly referred to as the 2020, updated 2020 Prisma diagram. How do you factor this in when you use the Covidence? Because it is just going to give you, from what you explained, to just look at what you have done and just draw the Prisma for you. But I've done a review where the reviewer asked me to update to the diagram, the Prisma diagram, to the 2020 Prisma diagram type. So when you are using this web-based application of software, how do you determine which type? Because in drawing it, if you have got something from search of reference or from Grail literature, everything is going to be depicted in the Prisma diagram. But when you're using just those popular search engine, then it may be different. So is there any way to instruct the co-evidence to be able to factor this in? I'm just curious. Or whether it is just a stereotype to one particular type.
Okay, so they were saying 2020 Prisma. Did you check what that means?
There are these guys, when systematic review is coming up newly, there are these guys that has published extensively and drew different prototypes of Prisma diagram, depending on what you are working on and the different search engine. So all you need is just to edit the type that suits what you did. That's the manual way of doing it now. All right, so, but using this confidence, it appears you are restricted to one that is automatically generated based on your input and what you did. So I'm saying, how do you factor that in? You know, because when you use Grail literature, sometimes when you don't have enough information, you can even search the references of those papers you included to be able to expand so these things are taken care of in that 2020 Prisma, updated 2020 Prisma diagram. But it seems to be very simplified in the one you have with this. Is there any way to factor that in? Because I would like to do the automation style of getting the Prisma diagram done. But then I'll also want it to reflect what was done in terms of the search, inclusion, exclusion, and all that and all that.
Okay, thank you so much. I will not be able to answer what a 2020 Prisma diagram is until maybe we understand exactly what it looks like. But what we know is that this is what is in Prisma. I think, I don't know, can we look at the yes. Okay, so this is another type that is there in Prisma. And if you look at this, depending on how thorough you were, for each exclusion, you can also be giving reasons. As you see, it's already generating that 91 studies were excluded on the basis that they were just biophysical or measurements only. So this was a previous study that was looking at climate mitigation. Is it climate mitigation in smallholder agriculture? So, climate mitigation in agriculture in general. So you would see that in smallholder agriculture, sorry. So you would see that 91 studies were excluded on the basis of being experimental studies. So it lists all the other reasons, because as I exclude, it would allow me to note what reason I have excluded that study. So that's another. Then there is another version which is view as text. You see, this one is also a different version of a Prisma, which you could also capture. See, it's also viewing the same information as text. Then there is another one where you have to download it, and then it comes in as this diagram that I was showing here. So I would know, sometimes reviewers might be referring to something simple, or maybe the framework 2020 is just what do you call it? You know, the preferred reporting system for a systematic review and meta-analysis, which is Prisma, is a concept that was produced by this Cochrane Covidence. So it might be in 2020 that but maybe what they were actually saying is that they wanted you to present it exactly like this, because this Covidence is exactly, the update is exactly what they do here. So here you are at the state of art. This is the current, and they update this thing regularly. So if there is any changes that is to take place in terms of the presentation of Prisma, I'm very sure Covidence would have updated it, unless maybe the reviewer wanted you to include some other information rather than just the presentation. But the presentation, it's exactly standard for Covidence and Cochrane. You see, it already shows you on the other side that you are identification of studies. This is things that you came from the electronic databases. Then your second stage, it's screening, which is the title and abstract screening. Then the third stage is now how many studies have you included. So imagine you have studies that were found from another gray literature or something like that, that were not coming from this. For me, I think I did it with my other published work for a PhD when I was still starting this. I put an arrow here that was saying studies identified through snowballing, which is what you are referring to. We call it snowballing, because you are saying out of the gray literature, you searched the reference list, and then you were able to find some important studies that were not able to be searched by Web of Science and Scopus and include, but even then, I think you would include it at the identification stage. Then it should be go through the same process and be able to, but sometimes you can just include it. I've included 58, but I identified 2 studies through gray literature or through some other snowballing or some other to expand the reference list. You might find 2 or 3 studies here to include to these 58 that were not identified through. But I think, Doc, let's talk about it more and hear what these reviewers, sometimes also these reviewers, when they are giving comments, I'll tell you they're just human beings like us, because we also review, and sometimes if you review on a Saturday afternoon, it might be different than if you are reviewing on a Monday or Tuesday. So it could be like that. So thank you. So now, but already thanks, because now what we have done is to enter into the Prisma space, because we were not able to do that before. So I just wanted to demonstrate what if you go to Covidence after you register, I'm sure you know you have to register through a link. Normally, I just say UNISA Covidence. Because this UNISA subscribed in April, this thing, or maybe May, I think, because this is quite recent that they subscribed for this software. So if you say UNISA Covidence, you will see this second one. No, it could be the first one, Covidence Lab Guides. So it will give you a link that will, I think I gave this access link, but I can also share with the registration information. Let's see whether it's this one. No. So it's the other one, but I shared the link, I think, with those that have registered. I hope this is the one. Yes, this is the one. You'll find, so I just copied this link and I shared it with everyone who was registered. So you'll find that it will show you how to access UNISA's license account with a single sign-on. Existing users, I usually choose option 2. No, previous, no. I think I used this option, how to access. Then you go to Covidence here. If you click this link, it will take you here. If you put your email here, it will go with you to the central authorization system. So here, this is where the trick starts. So here you need, so those that did their PhDs here at UNISA, I think they don't have this problem. But some of us who are coming from outside, we don't have a library account. So you would have to go to or text librarian, and then the librarian will create an account, someone else will create an account, then they give once you still use your same login credentials, but you need to have a library account that allows you to borrow books. Because when I was doing my review, I discovered that there were book chapters that I didn't have access to. And then UNISA was not subscribed to the books. So what I had to do is I had to go to the library to borrow a book, and that's when I discovered that I needed. So they wanted to use the interlibrary loans, so they were able to give me the EPUB version of it. So yeah, so I was able to include it in my analysis. So that's how it works. So then once you are just putting your username here and your password, the normal that you normally use. Then you go into it. But because I'm already signed in, we are here. So you can either start a new review. If you start a new review here, you click start a new review, then you fill in the information. Are you creating a corporate review? No. Like I was telling you, this is mainly used in health sciences. So a Cochrane review is such that when you create a review, you have to be given permission to do it, because otherwise someone has already done it. So they are filing. I don't know if you got the idea of systematic reviews from the medical perspective. To say, when you are administering new drugs, right? You need to know the efficacy of those drugs. And to do that, you do experimental research. So you administer drugs, you do your placebo, your treatment effects, then you see that this drug works maybe with 90% effectiveness. But another person did another study, another person did another study, different hospitals, different countries, different universities. At the end of the day, they want to now understand whether this drug works or not, or this was like specific to one study. This logic, once you understand this logic, it's important, it's easy to understand that, what we are doing in systematic reviews. So when you are synthesizing now, when they are synthesizing this information, the idea is to now understand what is the overall effect of this drug, taking into cognizance these biases of different researchers and things like that. So it's a very systematic approach. It's a very reproducible approach, and it's a very effective approach to evidence synthesis. So you name your review, you do all these things, question type. I think these things you get to do, and just in the interest of time, this is how you set up your review. And once you set up your review, it's named, and I'm going to use one that we have already done here. So,
sorry, please.
Yeah.
Please, if you can go back to where you started your review. Towards the end, there was a place I saw account to use. Are you using your own? No, at the bottom, you will see the Simon or the UNISA. So which one are we using? Are we using the UNISA or our? Because I see that for UNISA it is unlimited.
Yes, it's unlimited.
So we use UNISA, not our personal. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because this one is the one I had registered as a demonstration before they subscribed. So I was just playing around with it.
Okay.
Then they subscribed. Then I was able to subscribe to the UNISA. Now I can do more than millions reviews. UNISA is unlimited, and I can invite more than unlimited reviewers as well. But with mine, with your own demonstration version, you are not able to, if you have a maximum of 2 reviewers, if I'm not mistaken, and then a maximum of 500 articles that you can only put in. Yes, sir. Emmanuel.
Oh, Doc, I feel like you are moving very fast, especially for some of us who are not able to log in there. We're just seeing you presenting
Yeah,
and we are not following.
Yeah, it's because I am seeing that there is, I'm sorry, Doc, maybe I might have also assumed a lot of just the ability to fill forms, because there is nothing there. I'm just saying it's just initiating a review, but I would just do it just to benefit, to satisfy everyone. So the idea here is there is nothing, you're just filling a form. So let's do it. So a review name, you name your review. I'm doing circular economy in smallholder agriculture and analysis of barriers and so forth. Then you go to review type. You are selecting a scoping review. If you are like me, some people would be doing systematic reviews, and some people are umbrella reviews, some people what we were calling narrative, which are written literature review, and other. Then this is just setting up. So my idea was not to focus on setting, because I was just, remember also I thought this would have come, I said you should have generated your question. So normally these questions are in health sciences, so I would put other. And then you can specify the question like that. That's, I was saying everyone should have brought their own research question. Then you write it there. Areas of research, I'm sure some of them will be saying agriculture, veterinary, and food sciences. And some will be, I'm sure the majority of us. Then the purpose of the review, I would just say a practice review, a main review, depending on what we are doing here. Let's say we wanted to really log in here and start with this. Then we would say practice review, let's say. Then once you say create review, it creates this review. So once you create this review, it takes you, it will be showing you that you now have a new review here with a name like these ones. So ideally, once you have registered, these things are just like logging in or something like that. So ideally, once you have sorted in and you have your review, then you can now start your review. So you start your review. So once you start your review, you see a page that does not have anything like this. But for me, because there are some things there, but there's nothing. But it will be like this. The setup is like this, like I was showing you here in this diagram. So you have a review. The first thing to do is to import. Your study. So remember, we had already exported a file as an RIS, like a reference information system. So we would, but just I would. Hey, this is going to be very interesting, because I can't do it with this, because it's going to affect my thing. Yeah, so it's like we'll be doing back and forth. You see, because there are certain things we cannot demonstrate with a new review. So it's okay, we'll do back and forth, because otherwise it will take forever to finish. So let's try that one out. Let's try that one out. Let's just create a new review. Just let's call it Masterclass. Then we will call it a scoping. Then the question type, we'll call it what are the barriers and opportunities? Should we use mine, or should we just use that one? Or maybe what are the factors influence climate mitigation? Agriculture, main review, let's say practice. Practice review. Then what are we doing this for, teaching or educational? Then create. Then we put it under UKZ. Masterclass. Okay, it's saying Masterclass. Let's say evidence synthesis, eh? Okay. So it's as simple as this. Then this review is part of the lessons. So, of course, I normally invite my mentor. So I would probably put a first name here and the email here. It's usually automatic. Then I'll send an invite. Then it will send a link, and when she clicks on the link, she'll join. Then she'll be doing also the same review on her side. I don't think this we can do, but for now, let's see if I'm, so this, let's just go to the beginning so that we can see which one, whether it is, yeah, you see it has created a new review. So when we click on it, of course the setting up, so we have to set up this thing has changed. It was updated 3 days ago, so they included everything in one space now. Yeah, so usually you would go to your review and you make those changes within a review. So I saw it, I saw this new update. I think these are the things that are saying latest changes. If you see these changes, I don't know if you can read it from there. It says review with greater confidence, more full text when confidence can't. But if you read through, it will say now you have these things now set up here. Matladi, you did this before. This was not there when you were setting up. So setting this up now helps your team to screen and extract data more consistently and accurately. So let's say eligibility criteria. So this is adding what type of review question framework. We can use a PCC, as we have already indicated. So this is just to have the same thing in the thing, like what is the population of interest, what is your concept. I would say groups of individual, I would say smallholder farmers. Farmers, let's just to fill, to satisfy everyone. Concept, maybe we can say, in this case, let's use climate mitigation because that's the one that we are going to use for demonstration. Climate mitigation. Does anyone not understand climate mitigation? Yeah? Everyone understands, eh? Climate mitigation, yeah. So the context, let's just say it's a global. Then you can also, any additional information that affects a study's eligibility for your review or is helpful during screening. So you can put some of the information that you see, include if the study is include any additional information that studies eligibility for your review. I don't know. I would say include if it's more. I think we don't have additional. Let's just leave it at this for now. So that is the eligibility criteria. Then we save. Let's just go back a bit, see what is happening. Highlights. Highlights are usually things that help you during screening. So when you are screening and you put highlights, it is just, let's say if we say smallholder, if you put the smallholder here as a highlight, that means when you are doing title screening, if the title includes smallholder, it will already be highlighted. So it makes screening easier to know that this is it's just a visual improvement. So you can add, then you can include another smallholder, let's say, because I had said smallholder agriculture, but if it was going to find smallholder, then it was not going to include. So now it was going to only include if it finds smallholder agriculture. But now I include smallholder so that even if it finds smallholder, I felt like, maybe it should include that. Or let's say if in climate mitigation, sometimes you want to say greenhouse gas emissions. So if you see it says greenhouse gas, or if it says emissions, let's say emissions, if it says climate mitigation, maybe climate mitigation, maybe. Yeah, you'll see how this works, because remember we are demonstrating this, Okay, so exclusion, I don't want to highlight anything that I want to exclude. I would rather focus more on what we want to exclude. But otherwise it might highlight you in a different color to say, if it talks about this, then you automatically see it highlighted in red to say don't include. But sometimes it's very difficult to know what you want to exclude because it's just anything but what you have included. Okay, we go back. Full text exclusion reasons. So these are reasons that you would normally exclude at full text level. So you saw that on the Prisma diagram, there were reasons there that were listed. 91 were excluded, don't they? Because I was already talking about climate mitigation, smallholder agriculture, I would want us to exclude maybe studies that are just lab studies, based on your study. But for mine, laboratory studies, I was not interested in. I wanted the ones that are really applied in the field. So you can say laboratory or experimental studies. My laptop, my laptop does not have an X, and I've been struggling since I came here. So I have to find an X somewhere, copy it, and every time I want to write experimental or experience or exercise. But no, they said we have applied for you, and so I don't know whether they will respond. Tobo, no, who applied with us? You applied, Matladi, did we have an update? Okay, at least we applied. So you can put some of the reasons maybe to say wrong study, but it's there, some of them, but let's say wrong study population. Let's say it's talking about large scale farmers and you want to focus on smallholder farmers. So wrong study population, maybe you can add that reason. I'm just adding maybe 2 so that we will know how to use them. Then we can say if it was, so experimental is not going to work. So let's talk about, how else do we call an experimental? So laboratory study, laboratory study. So, why is it not laboratory study? So we can say maybe if you are looking for something that is already being applied within the area and you don't want to limit yourself to greenhouse gas measurements, so laboratory or measurement studies, because I was finding a lot of studies that were just talking about the methods of measuring greenhouse gases in the fields, in the cows, in everywhere. They were doing this kind of methane measurements. So I would exclude that. So laboratory studies, did I use the measurements? Let me just say methane measurements or methane or greenhouse gas measurements. So you can tailor it to fit whatever study you are doing. So I'm just doing it for demonstration purposes. So now that we have already filled in these spaces, we can now go to import those studies. So we go to import, then we say select. We are importing to screen. So that's the reason why we are importing. So for screening, then the source normally it generates automatically. So we don't have to worry about the source. But since we were importing from Web of Science, you can select, but you'll see that it will know that this is from Web of Science. So we just upload the file. We can go to downloads. We'll see this one. That is the one. We just double click it and we import. We give it time. Then it says it's still importing. You see it's showing progress there. So our 46 studies are there. There are no votes. There is no one. But because maybe also, I don't know where it says, let me just check before we go, on the settings, whether there is something that we did not, team settings, let's see. So on the team settings here, let's say my mentor is said include another study, and I say exclude another study. That is considered a conflict. So it will reflect here how many conflicts are there, and then we can go and sit and discuss. Maybe it was just an error. Maybe it's because she really strongly thinks this study should be included or excluded when we are screening. So they will see this when we are screening, but we will not be able to demonstrate this because this will only be able to demonstrate when we are doing the actual screening. Then eligibility criteria, I think this is because normally, like I was telling you, this is where you would normally do it, but because it was already at the top, they put it at the top with the new thing, so we have already filled it in. It shows that smallholder, what these things that we filled it in. Then the study tags, I think this is where you are saying this is an ongoing study, these tags. I don't normally use them, but maybe they are useful for others. So I just wanted to make sure that we have already exhausted these settings. So just so that you know you are familiar with the settings, right? So you can see we have imported this study, and we can look at our import summary, and we can even view the details. You see that we have added 46 for screening, and there is no duplicates because we have not yet included any more. But if we include the same search from Web of Science, the one that we found from Scopus, we would see that it will have duplications, but just because we had some problems in logging in, so we did not download the references from the other web page. But it will show you how the duplications have been removed. Okay. Then you can, what references title? So we now go to our screening. So you see now the importance of those tags. So it was the highlights. It's already showing us that the smallholder that we put, and we also had smallholder agriculture. Just out of interest, Just out of interest, let's add one more tag. One more, what was it called? Highlight. Let's add one more highlight before we come back. And we want to specifically call it smallholder farmers. Yes. Mm-hmm.
So when we are importing, let's say we have used three different
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
import, both criteria sources.
So you remember how we created our reference files. We went to Web of Science, select all, export, then we created at the type of file that I was saying is recognized here. So which was an RAS, Reference Information System file. You could use EndNote. I'm not sure if this works with EndNote, but we'll check. Then you go and do the same to every database that you have searched and you create. So when you're importing, you take those files, and they were in my download folder, but you take them and create a folder for them. Then you can now import them one by one, one by one, one by one. So if you have different search strategies, let's say you expand your search strategies, it will probably have 3 files within the same Web of Science, 3 files within the same, Scopus, 3 files within Science Direct. Then you then import all of those files, all of those one by one, one by one, one by one. That's how it will identify duplicates, because some of these have already been found in another database, so it automatically to remove. But you saw that it said manually I was able to remove duplicates, only 17, because 1,000 something had already been detected by the web application. So it's because when I was searching, I was saying, but this one I had already excluded, it is coming again. But just because it had a slightly different name and it was a duplicate, so I would identify it manually to say, then you will see how it will become a duplicate. I'll show you. Yeah. And thanks for that. So we were going to our team, was it team settings where we were doing this? No? I can't see highlights, yeah. Okay, so let's say smallholder farmers, because we saw that word. And we just add. Okay. So we go back. So now, are we okay, at least at this point? Is everyone happy with where we are? How we got here? I'm sure we will try to be as slow as we can. So now you see, because we said smallholder farmers, now smallholder farmers is highlighted. So if you, it just makes it easy for you to select which studies are relevant to your study. If you already know this one is talking about smallholder farmers, it's interesting to read a bit into. Another way is that, I don't know, when you remove abstract view, there is somewhere where you deal with the view options, where you can make it just to do the topic. I prefer to have a topic and abstract, because sometimes based on the topic I'm not able to understand whether this study is. And I don't want to then go back and do the abstract screening. So topic and abstract is okay. So when I say, can local nutrient circularity and erosion control increase use of resource-constrained smallholder farmers? Do you think we should include it based on, it's exclude, eh? So we can say no, right? Unpacking the benefits of black soldier fly frost fertilizer towards nematode suppression and potato production. I think I would include this. So I can say maybe if I'm not sure, but I'll say yes. But saying yes at this stage it's not bad, because you are still having a chance to read the full text and still exclude it. So, but you also don't want to read a lot of full text, so it's good to really think seriously about the study that you're doing before you get to even title screening. So valorizing mango and cashew, apple, byproduct, I think it's a yes. Transforming palm oil production and waste for Cameroon, yes. Are we going together? Small scale black soldier fly fish farming, a model, yes. I'm saying these all are studies that are taking circular economy in smallholder agriculture. So you see this one, insect for peace, maybe because I've already included some of these studies and I know them, so it becomes easy. I know this insect for peace I had to, because circular economy, the black soldier fly are these flies that are eating on either your rubbish or food waste or your fecal matter, and then these flies pupate and then they form some larva, and this larva is fed on pigs or chickens, so it becomes a circular economy. So there is no waste there. So I already know some of these studies, but let's not think too hard about it, colleagues. So let's just say no, yes, because we have 46 studies, So just so that we demonstrate, Is it okay? Right. So you are reading your topic. We have consistent no's here just to be fast. Then you are reading your topic and you are including based on your topic. I'll put a bit of yeses. and then I'll put a bit more no's so that into the full text we have fewer. But what this software is doing, have you understood? It's helping you to select out and include studies that you want for your analysis. So I'm just, sometimes my heart is hurting to exclude those that, you see, the more there are highlights, the more the study is relevant, because now you already know it, but this is smallholder, current practices and key challenges associated with adoption. This is almost like, it's almost like that study that I'm always wanting, I want to write, but it's not a literature review. So I can probably, sometimes you can add a note when you are now at the full text. You can add a note and say, please read this study before your data extraction, so that it will help you to actually understand the parameters of your data extraction that you put in your form. So you will see how it works. So, you see this one is very interesting as well. So you go, I don't know why the studies are more interesting in class than when I'm alone. So you see, I'm just excluding just to be fast because our studies are main. But just so we demonstrate that this is what this topic is doing. So we have finished our 46 studies. Now we can go back and see that out of the 46 studies, you have screened. Huh? What is happening here? Can you refresh? No, there's a problem. You see? Where did they go? Huh? No, but all our studies are gone. Even if there are no's, they should remain here. No. It's not supposed to work like this. Wait. See what it is telling us. Is it screening? Yeah, I think there's. Does it mean? I'm not sure if it is a practice review. Maybe it follows different. Let's see. We said we want these to be for screening, And this was coming from Web of Science. Even if we had said all are no's, it should not do that, because it should show us that these does not qualify the criteria for import references. Import. Okay, title. There is a problem. You see, it's already saying that a total of 46 duplicates were removed because they're still there. So all these that we have imported, do you see here? It said all of them have been removed. But I cannot see where they are. Duplicates. Okay, I think we might need to take a break for lunch. Let me sort this out. Maybe it's also because I've never used a practice review to do this. Maybe we have to select it as a main review. Maybe there's an implication between a practice and the main review. So I might need to set up another review type. But this practice review, but it shouldn't do that. The thing is, if I show more information, where are these studies? Because it acknowledges that these studies are there. They are not not in data extraction, they are not in any way. They are not, because they should have moved. Ideally, if let's say we had 5 that we included and the others that we excluded, they should have moved to full text, and we should now be seeing them in full text, and then we move to the other stage. So I just need to check what is going on, then maybe while we are taking a lunch break, I can be sorting this one out. I think, colleagues, let's take a break. Then I'll check, maybe we need to change the review type to a main review instead of a practice review, because we selected practice review because we wanted to be fast. But that's the whole process. At least now we know how to screen. Once we come, hey, what time are we supposed to come back? I think we're not doing good on time. Because we were supposed to break, to end at 3:30. And because we had to go back and do the search strategy, can we have a 30 minutes lunch? Does it work for everyone? Yeah, so that we can do 2:30 to 3:30, an hour of just the finishing of the screening and then demonstrating this data extraction process. Okay. Please wake up Dr. VC, I think he's gone. Okay, is everyone back? Okay. Oh, I see my mentor is not yet back. So, colleagues, I figured out why the articles had disappeared. So maybe I'll go back and show it. You see they're back. So in the setting up of the review, by default, it assumes that you have 2 reviewers here. So if I put 2 reviewers there and then I finish my part, all the articles disappear and wait for the other reviewer to do their part. Then they will then go to the, so sometimes you start seeing conflict where maybe I say include and another reviewer say exclude, and then that's how so I just went back, instead of saying 2, you see it has 2 here, so it, by default it had included 2. So when I put 1, it went, everything went back, because now it's assuming that I'm the only person that is doing the reviewing. So it will wait for the other reviewer. So that means you would have to call that reviewer to say, hey, please, I want to move on, or something. So you have to be always in constant communication. So we have imported, we have, by title and abstract screening, we had excluded, we had included 34 are irrelevant. Like those are the ones we were saying no, no, no. So now 12 have proceeded to the full text. And with this, now we are at the full text. Access your library, full text. Let me just see what happens. But there's this thing called leap key. I don't even know what it is. Select library. Say UNISA. Should we be able to get? If someone sees it, just let me know. Ah, there it is. Let's see if this will, this is new, eh? I didn't know. Your changes have been saved. Okay. Huh? Sorry, I thought I'm hearing some. Okay, so I hope this, I don't know what this is, what is going on here. Huh? It's now saying no subscription. So this is what we're using. I don't know. Anyway, so I think it's now integrated. I think somehow, access your full library, full text via your library. Let's see what happens. I've never used this lib key. I note your organization, change it here. This is my organization. So if I say view in context, you see I was telling you that there are new changes that they've done, which is making it more flawless. Actually, it's meant to frontiers in plant science, add to my bookshelf. No, now it will want you to log in. So anyway, colleagues, let's just assume that we don't have, for now, the idea here is once you are at full text, you want to upload your full text. The normal way that I do is to actually, but I don't do this, I don't do it at this stage unless if I really want to read the full text. But otherwise, I would just copy this. I would just copy this and open it in a next page. Some people have different ways because you cannot download this full text at this stage because you don't even know if you want to read it. So the idea is just to understand, like, unpacking the benefits of, so you want to understand more about that paper. Does it really deal with, maybe by reading maybe the methodology, just to understand whether this is really something you have to include because you're not sure. So you are doing a full text review. You are not yet extracting data. So I'm just saying, for now, let's try to include this. Then valorizing mango, cashew, papaya byproducts for sustainable small ruminant production in low. So this is really a typical full circular economy, transforming palm. Let's exclude. So you see, once you're excluding at full text, it starts asking you for reasons now. Those are the reasons that will be listed in your prism. So we had already said some of the reasons that were put, we're saying maybe it's about methane measurements. No, I think we mixed these two things. We're talking about mitigation, then we talk about circular economy, these two things. But let's just assume, I mean, remember this is for demonstration. Let's assume that's the reason, then we confirm, then it excludes. Once we want to exclude, I cannot allow myself to exclude this paper because I know it's there. So then you can have this, then you can also go and you say it's a laboratory study or, no, it's used the same reason. Let's exclude it for a different reason this time. Let's say it's a laboratory study, then we exclude. Then remember, you don't have a reason to include because that's the study you're looking for. So let's say you are excluding now, this time for wrong study population, maybe because it's not focusing on smallholder farmers. Then you exclude. And we models, maybe wrong setting. I'm just trying to have different reasons so that at least it's easy to view on the Prisma, yes. You can also find that there is a wrong, a new reason. You can edit the list as you go. Let's say you see that this paper was very close, but this reason is now unique. So once you exclude it, you can go there and say edit. Then you can add more reason that you are going to exclude that paper. Maybe you say it's too interesting. So then you add, then you say done, then you exclude it for that reason. It's too interesting, then you exclude. So you can, then these ones, let's just assume we include these last ones. So now we have finished our title and abstract screening, and we moved to full text screening, and we have moved. So what do you think is left? All the articles that are left are the ones that we are going to include in our analysis. So this is the articles that we will include for data extraction, which was meant to be the main focus of today's discussion. But because I think this is also, we can call it a dry run, because now we understand how much time it takes for us to do this. We can even organize another session which is just focusing on certain aspects now that we want to go deep into. So for now, you see now it's saying 5 studies to extract. So now let's check what our Prisma diagram look like for what we have already done today. This is our Prisma diagram. You can see some of the reasons. Let's see if not interesting, too interesting is there. Yes, you see too interesting is there. It's too interesting. We have that reason as well. We can even download it as before, and once we download it, we'll see this very beautiful Prisma diagram that is sort of summarizing what we have done today. No, is it the one? Yes, because we ended up adding new, because we couldn't explain why we were not seeing them, and we added up, we added, you see how it's tracking? It's saying 46, and then we added another 46, and then it removed them as duplicates, because we could not understand what had happened to them, because we had put 2 reviewers, so it was assuming that it's waiting for the other reviewer, so we could not find them. So, colleagues, are you happy so far in terms of understanding the Prisma flow, how it happens all the way from identification, what it means when you say study identification, SAGE, inclusion, and exclusion, and then to the second stage, which is the screening from the title to the full text, and then all the way to the included study, how we come to the included study. So maybe this one to check here. Right. So in terms of data extraction, I think we had already looked at what data extraction is, and we talked about the PCC framework: population, context, content. It was content. What was PCC? Anyone who still remembers? Concept. Yes. Yeah, Albert is following. I thought you were sleeping. Concept. Yeah. That's okay. So once you have your studies at this point, these 5 studies, you now want to get the full text versions of these studies. So sometimes it says upload full text. Let's just do the traditional way, since I'm a traditional guy, classic man. So we do this. There are newer versions. I'm sure the younger generation, like TechSure, will probably tell you some of the new ideas of doing these things. But because he's always linking things with different softwares, and then he can build in, and then even when he's now extracting his information, it's coming from just one sender. So some of us were a bit old school. So let's say we do it the old school way for now, because I think it was also a discussion during lunch that sometimes you need to know the old school way to appreciate the new school way, that it's saving you time because you know the old school way. So for this, let's just leave them in the download folder. So we go back. We have the second one. I just for demonstration purposes. We could have also done does it do the open link like this? This is linked. I think I'll figure it out because it's a new update. So I need to figure it out of how is this LibLink key working with that, because maybe it's actually making our life easier. Because it's linked with UNISA, maybe once you register, then you can just automatically upload your studies into this. So we have this Casho what, which is this the same? No. Is this the same study? No. It's not, eh? Did it download? It was the same, no? It's different. But it's just the same journal. All right. So let's see if we can demonstrate with these two already, eh? So remember, the Prisma is gone. We are now doing the actual synthesis at this point. We're doing data extraction, then we're doing synthesis. So the first important thing before we even go to actual synthesis is to create a template. The thing that we were talking about, the PCC. So there is template 1 and template 2. Sometimes I don't, because I'm not trying to, maybe if I can have a mic, then I will be at liberty to walk. So sometimes I can't walk because I'm trying to avoid the recording, because for recording. Hello? Yes. So I was also trying to see whether you guys can see, because sometimes it's too small from that side. So I couldn't tell. So it's okay. So Fumpi, can you see? All right. So I think we have extraction 1 and extraction 2, which are the templates that you have to choose. And the important thing is to understand that these templates are serving different purposes. So extraction 1 is collecting numerical results. It's more suitable for, let's say, Cochrane reviews. So this is usually your systematic, but I think it's good to say Cochrane reviews because maybe it has a lot of limitations. It will limit you to do certain things like intervention studies and things like that. But I've never used extraction on 2.1 because of that. In fact, in the Covidence workshops, they don't have a lot of seminars. They've never done trainings in extraction 1. And they were saying, last time I joined the workshop, that one, I think they were saying coming soon for extraction 1, to say they are going to have a training on that. But extraction 2 is the one that is for scoping reviews, and because you can adjust it, you can make it the way you want, you can customize it, you can adapt to existing ones and so forth, and we shall see. So extracting narratives or descriptive data, there are no defined comparison groups, and planning to synthesize evidence across studies. So we'll try to go with extraction 2. So I think if someone plans to do a meta-analysis or systematic reviews, they have to go with extraction 1. That's my take on it. But I'm not sure how extraction 1 can be customized, because somehow it was not applicable to my study. Okay, now. So we say view template. So once we view template, you still remember that thing that I was showing you. Maybe now I can bring it back so that maybe it becomes. So remember this framework. The way I was saying the population PCC, how it maps, this right side is the one that I'm demonstrating to see the study details, funding, how they map to the PCC framework. So go back. So this is the template. So the good thing about this is you can reuse this template. Then that means if you reuse that template, then maybe the AI will work. Let's just try to reuse it. Reuse template. So when you reuse, no, unfortunately you can't reuse. Copy of the selected reviews template. Apparently only published can be copied. Maybe let's see what it's saying. Reuse a data extraction template. I think you can only reuse yours. That's the unfortunate part. You see, because these are my reviews, I can only reuse the ones that I have. So, but I can also edit this one, remember. This one that is already there. So study details, year of publication, these are basic general information. It will be showing you a preview here on the right side. Can you see? All right. Actually, this thing is actually user-friendly. So when I'm highlighting, sometimes I'm thinking it can be seen that side. So you can see the study design, population, participants. So now this is the concept side of things, where it's now talking about mental health, tool used for mental health, findings for mental health. You can understand just the idea behind the concepts that they were really doing in this kind of study. But if you probably want to see, I just want to check something, colleagues, just bear with me. I want to publish this template, then check if AI can work. Just want to check it. Because when I asked them, they were saying that you cannot use your template because you've edited it. So some of there's no one-to-one, like automation is not working. So I just want to check, like, can we just publish? I just don't know whether we'll be able to change it now. Or should I try with the one that I have, to reuse the one I have, which is more better? Okay, but AI maybe will not be able to be integrated, but ideally, I will show how AI. So let's say we are using the circular economy one, it's a copy template. So this is now my template that has come, that I have developed. So you can see year of study, general name, country of study, region of study, this way of interest to this particular study. Then study characteristics, we generated some titles there. Then we have study type, we only limited it to 3 and other. Then we have study design and so forth and so forth. The important thing is if you want to edit, let's say you want to add something called source of funding. Can you see? I can go here and say source of funding. So source of funding is something that you have to write. So it's a text. I don't know anyone who is familiar with forms. I'm sure maybe this is probably Kate's area of expertise. So if you use MS Forms, you use Google Forms, it always brings you this type of questions, whether it's a heading, subheading, text field, single choice, checkbox. So checkbox appeals when you want to put options where they are selecting more than one. Single choice is when you want them to select one, when you want to select one, or table type or something like that. This is also when you are creating surveys using Cobb or Toolsbox or DK or such kind of softwares. So if you, let's say if you want to do source of funding, it's a text because you are going to write maybe Bill and Melinda Gates. So you can write here a source of funding. Source of funding. Then here you see it already there. It's a preview that you see. So let's just, out of for time's sake, we will publish it. So publishing it means you can now use it to extract your data. So then we will add full text for this particular one, and we take this full text from there, a file that we have downloaded. and then we include it there. Just maybe we use this one just to demonstrate, but then you have to do it for. So when you say uploaded full text, yes, so begin extraction. The way I do it is one after the other, and I was saying that's the traditional way. I don't know whether the leap key thing that was actually coming, or if you can automatically generate, I will demonstrate that. So normally if AI is working, once you go to year of publication, it should highlight the year of publication where it's written 2022 or something there. So here, I'm just doing it like this, just trying to demonstrate it for you. Ours is 2025. Then the journal name, it says Sustainable Food Systems. So you write it like this, sustainable. Let me just say, let's say we understand what that means, sustainable food systems, eh? Then source of funding, I don't know where this funding came from. Let's just say it was Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Then country of study, I'm sure this study, normally you would find it here. It's what? Which country of study? Okay, are they? Remember, a study is executed in one country. Can it be done in more than one country? Remember, region in which the study conducted, country of study. Remember, I'm trying to check two things here. There is a country where the study was conducted. Then there is a, let's say, if we write a study here at UNISA, this study was conducted in South Africa, eh? But let's say we were collaborating with people from Switzerland and maybe Belgium. And can we identify where this study was really conducted from that perspective? The what? Yes, I think you could do that. Yes. That's what I was trying to get to. But you can also ask where the study, like, sample. So I wanted that these are two different questions. Yes. So you can have a question which is asking where the study participants, where they were coming from, and then where the actual study was conducted. These are two different things. So you can still publish a study about South Africa from Switzerland. And the dynamics that we were talking about that time, that maybe your study will be rejected, also a bit complicated. When you are publishing, let's say from ETH Zurich, and you are doing a study from here, sometimes your paper gets accepted than when you are from UNISA and you're doing the same study. So the dynamics change based on the name of the university. So the name of the university is also showing us something, or the ethics, and then we also have study participants. So this is very important. Then also the region, so sometimes you might want to know the region. These are things that we were showing there on Web of Science and Google Scholar, that was appearing as the regions from which, but because it was dirty articles, we had not yet filtered for the particular study. But yes, you go ahead and do all these things. So then you fill up your whole questionnaire. But I just wanted, before we go there, I wanted to demonstrate the confidence. I wanted to demonstrate the data extraction tool, just to show you what it should look like. I think at the end of the day, you have to generate it, at least the way I do it. I generate it in Word. Then when I generate it in Word, I have it in Word, then I can constantly improve it based on some of the best articles that I'm seeing are really related to my phenomenon of interest. Then I iteratively improve it when I'm doing the piloting. Let's say I fill in the first one, I see that no, there are some issues, I go back. So, but what it would look like, let's see if I have is this the confidence work? No. I'm indifferent. Okay, so this is the data extraction 2 that you currently have. So it will be like this. The idea behind this is even if reviewers ask you for it, you can easily produce it. You can quickly PDF it and send it, or you can even put it as part of supplementary material. I think the confidence recommendation is to also have a short description of the problem in your extraction file. It just helps you to think about what you are really wanting to extract, the aim of the review, the objectives. Then you can then go to maybe a bit of the significance, but just sort of summarizing your study in your thing. Then you can then go to this. So if you look at these things are the ones that I will just now copy and put in the software. But I have already. So the method, the primary analytical focus of the study, because I wanted to see if they're talking of circular economy, are they really thinking of it as a technology or as a system level thinking and things that was very, where it was the setting, is it a rural area where the study was done? Primary production system. So you will see that these are specific to my study, but I'm showing this so that you guys can appreciate the level of detail that you could extract from the data set. So the technologies the circular economy technologies that were being implemented there. So this one is already going. When we were talking of climate mitigation, we were able to even see which climate mitigation technologies are being financed in smallholder agriculture. So we're able to see that maybe it's a agroforestry. It's not mainly what we would think maybe in terms of conservation agriculture or climate smart agricultural practices, because they do not generate high returns or something like that. So you can already chart these things. Which circular economy strategies? So you can see the level of detail that I was getting into. So this data extraction tool is very thorough. It is very thorough. And sometimes I have extraction notes and examples of what I want to extract, how it should look like. For example, at which level is this being implemented? You say household composting. That's the circular economy practice. But it was, the farm level was a biodigester. Then the community center was a community level and so forth. So it's helping me when I'm filling in what information I would extract. So you can include as much detail as you want so that when you are extracting information, you are not. And remember, extraction can take maybe a week, depending on how much tolerant you are with your head. Some of us, sometimes we start having headaches. So we can do maybe 4 papers a day, then it's okay. Take it easy, we do other things. 4 papers a day, take it easy. But because you know the product is going to be an interesting one, you will take your time. So, or you can go 10 papers, but maybe you are likely to get a headache at the end of the day. But you will see the AI. I want to also see how AI is going to help us. So that is the level of detail. Then at the end, you can include some limitations that were discussed, recommendations that were discussed. Here we were talking about primary recommendations, but sometimes you can say recommendations, and then you ask it to extract. If you are using AI, then AI will look for words where they say the study recommended. Whenever it says recommended, then it extracts that text. Then it fills in. So when you copy that text and put it in, you would need to go now and do like an in vivo type of, I don't know if you guys know what is called rule-based coding, where it's searching for particular words, and you can make keywords, and then there's keywords. R Studio can do that very efficiently. So these are some of the analytical manipulations you can do with your data, because this data set will be coming in as a text. But maybe let's see what that data set would look like. when you are, so maybe at this point we'll be using the actual review that is already done, because for this I think it would take time. But at least the good thing is we tried to use a real new review so that we can just demonstrate. But now we can go back to an old review that is already has data that is extracted. Then, because I think it's only one review that has data that is extracted, which is this one. So if you export, if you say export, you can then say export as a full, let's say, full text. So data extraction, consensus only, yeah. Let's just say extraction here, and here we are saying, I don't know, in the reliability, this one is not important. Let's say included here as a CSV. I think if you extract here, you are extracting references. So you can extract information about all the references that you have included. Here, you are extracting something that I'm not quite familiar, but here you are extracting now the data. So if you extract the data, it will come in as a CSV. I just want you to visualize how the data looks like when it's extracted. You download it. I hope this will not disappoint me. So you download the data, then it will look like this. You can see that it's a CSV file, it's dirty and ugly, everything is in one. You just say save here. And just save it. Let me save it to, sorry. Okay, save it to desktop. So if you extract your data, it would look like this. So you see, if I click Covidence, everything like study ID and everything is in one box. So those that know how to use Excel, you have to go here. I don't know whether it's actually here or it's, I don't know. It's here. Then you say, what is this thing that called text column, I think? Do you know how to delimit data? Is it data here? And then you say text to column, because this is sometimes where you get lost. You have finished everything and then your data is like ugly like this. You're saying, what can I do? So you do delimit. And when you do data delimitation, you have to look at your data. You see our data is comma separated. You can see that, right? So you can say next, then you select a comma. No, this is not working well. Maybe let's say, is it space? No, this is selected by, is it comma? No, this is a comma. Space. It's a space. Does it look better with the space? Okay, let's see. It seems, no, wait a minute. I think it's a comma. Our data is separated with a comma. If you look, okay, maybe I'm not seeing. You guys are not seeing. If you look at this data set, it's selected with a comma, right? But I'm also thinking that we have not extracted this data set. This is what? Okay, let me just check which review we are doing, because there is a review where we have already extracted data in the review. This one is extracted. Does it have extracted? Let's check. I just want you to view final data. So this one is extracted. So I just want you to have an idea of what the data look like. 58. So that as an end, so just to end this data extraction. Prepare file, just to check. Download. Yeah, but this is just cosmetics because the most important part, I'm just not seeing why it's not delimiting. Fixed width is not. Delimit, and you delimit by comma. I'm thinking this data, yes, you see, it's comma separated. So then we can finish. Is it? It only did it for one. No, it's supposed to be. Let me just undo. It did it for one column, eh? Let's do it like this. Delimit, next, comma. I'm just not understanding why it's not working. Huh? Yeah. I don't know why it's climate mitigation. I'm actually thinking that yeah, this is the climate mitigation. This is the one that is already exported. Full text. Could I be making a mistake here? Included. Yeah, but these are the manipulations that you have to deal with when you are dealing with the data. I'm not sure why this data is really not being extracted like this. Quality assessment, data extraction and quality assessment, or data set. Yeah, I know that it's, I don't know any expert in delimitation here. I know that it's supposed to be like text. We can try what, please? We can try space. Comma and space. The thing is, when we do this, it's not giving us. I'm already seeing that in the first column that there is already data here. Because okay. You were saying? As we delimit? Okay. I think you might be right. Like, yeah. I think that is the problem, actually. Or you wanted us to do select all? Or this is, okay. Yeah. I think it's not agreeing. I think I tried it before. Control A, then E. What is E now? Yes, I did that. Then I go to text. No. I don't know. Usually you would not encounter these things, but you know, when we are doing trainings like this, these things, they've got a way of doing their things. So even if I do this, no. I think it's supposed to be like one column normally. That's how I know it. Please. Okay. Cancel. Can you give a mic, please? The mic was here. You can give her that one. Yes.
Then, okay. Click A,
We click A.
then put it towards the end, Nyananje. Towards the end of A. Then it'll give you yes, then double click.
I should double click.
Yes. Yes.
All right.
Then go to text to
Text or columns?
It's supposed to highlight everything.
It's highlighting the first one.
Okay, it's fine.
Because
Text-
our data is like a bit dirty.
Okay, text to column.
Text column. Okay.
Choose comma and space.
Yes, comma. And space.
Finish. Then you go and drag them.
No.
No?
No.
Uh-uh.
Yeah, I think this is cosmetics, eh? All I know is I found a way. I think maybe I got to this point. Let's just check. This is circular economy. Yeah. What I'm trying to say is that this is just manipulations, and I'm sure I found a way somehow. I don't know whether this is my data set. Is this my data set? No. Published, year of publication, no, it's still not. Yeah, I know that you will find a way.
Try the last one.
Sorry?
Try the last one. You just closed. I wanted to try the last one.
No. This, we can try. Actually, this is not
I
the
made
one.
the mistake. I wanted to you say alternate, Alt A plus E.
I'm just trying to see where my no, it's not the one. Anyway, this is in downloads. So yes.
Go to A.
A.
Highlight the first row, yes. Alt A plus E.
I say what?
You press Alt.
Alt.
You press, and then you press A, hold, and E.
A, E. It's going to delimit.
Okay.
So that's what I did the first time. But what I'm not understanding is why it's not delimiting by comma. And I'm just thinking maybe we are just not trying, maybe semicolon, maybe there is a semicolon, no? Space. Space, it failed. Maybe text qualifier. None? I don't know. Treat consecutive delimiters at once. Yeah, I think these things dead, do not import column. I think it's some of these things as well. Let me just say finish. It's already dead. Yeah, but what I was trying to demonstrate here is that you should be able to see year of study corresponding with the year and so forth and so forth. And this is how you can then go with your data to R. But somehow, if we are lucky, we might be able to find this data in R, and then we might be able to see what is the name of this data set. So because you see now, some of these manipulations, you might have learned it through AI. You had to go like, I am struggling to delimit this data set from COVID, and then it gave you the solution. Then to go back, it's now an issue. So you would see that in R, I'm just trying to check. You see, this is my review analysis code. So you already see that even with policy recommendations that I was describing, but I'm trying to see what is the data name, because this is not the actual DF. This is this is a small review 7. It was review 737. I might be able to get it. Review 737. But I think this is something that I'm guessing that you guys can deal with easily. Sorry? No. I remember this is something that is just not part of already this training. What I'm saying is that once you have exported your data set, you would need to analyze it with some other software. You can use it with any software, so there's no need to get confused there. But what I'm saying is that some people don't even use R, some people use SPSS, some people use Stata, some people use GenStat, it's just any software that can synthesize and create frequencies, because what is important to understand is that your unit of analysis is a study. So what you are now saying is that of the studies that I have included, 5 studies were reporting these barriers. 5 studies were reporting this opportunity based on your data extraction. Or maybe 95% of the study reported that financial constraint is the most important barrier, or something like that. So your unit of study, just like in meta-analysis, just like in a systematic review, your unit of analysis is a study. So you have 100 studies, and 10 studies reported a certain thing, or 10 studies were published in 2025, or 10 studies. So it's everything that you are now charting your unit of analysis is a study. So that's what I was just trying to make you see. So I thought maybe if I go to my analysis, my previous analysis, but with R, and also I think my data bundles are almost finished. So with R, I had already done an analysis, but then I cannot see the exact data set, because it's no longer, you see, all data sets are no longer available, because this is an analysis I did a long time ago. So I thought maybe we might be lucky to be able to see the actual. So I'm saying that there is a review analysis, somehow review, but colleagues, I think this is the end of our discussion. Can we have some comments? Can we reflect on the program and see where we might need some more assistance in the future? And why am I saying this? Because when I'm walking around, I'm seeing colleagues say, I think we have a one-on-one, we have one-on-one. I'm sure my mentor is here. She would not want me to spend more time doing these things. She would want me to be using it to write papers. So maybe we could organize another session again rather than having more one-on-ones. Because the reason why we decided to do this session as well was because of a lot of students were coming. Please, I want to do this. Please, can you help me with this? So now I decided, okay, why don't we organize a session where everyone is there, and we'll be able to, yes. So can we I'm actually, as we are doing this, I'm actually thinking that there is another way. Let's see. Downloads. Can we reflect? Can someone tell us what they think about this? I'm thinking there could be another way. See? This is it, eh? So you can, I'm doing it in R, so I could not do it directly in a CSV. So in R, I just imported a text file. Did you see what I did? I don't know, but not everyone is familiar with R. But what I did is I went to import dataset. You can import an SPSS, start SARS, but because the dataset that is generated is a text file. Remember, it's a text, almost like a CSV. So then I browse, I go to my downloads, then I go to CSV, then I import, and you look, it's already clean. You see, study design, everything is perfect. So then you will say import. I hope it will not. Yeah, so this is the full data set. Let's just, I think this is just software specific. So I think any software can import a CSV file, eh? It has its way of importing a CSV file. Even Starter, I think you can import a CSV file. So this is, you see, author names, year of publication, study type, all these things. So you can already start your analysis. Where mitigation outcome measured, all this is the data according to the extraction file that we were. So you can already see, and recommendations. And what I was saying is you can see with recommendations, you have a lot of these text-based recommendations that that were extracted. So I would need to analyze. So when you analyze a bit of a text-based thing, you need to use something like NVivo. And R has got a very interesting way of using a rule-based coding to come up with identifying keywords within that text. And then it tells you this. I would have wished to share with you what the results of that study would look like in a tabular form, like just for the paper, but it's not published, it's still under review. So I don't know whether this is ethical, but we could also just do for you to see like what sort of like outputs would look like, eh? No, so because I don't think there would be any infringement here. Eh? So this is what are we looking for? Now you guys are seeing how unorganized I am and how many manuscripts have been rejected. So this is climate mitigation. You can already, no, this is not the one. No, it's not. Is it the one? No, that's not the one. Where did it go? I think it's this one. I hope this is the one. No. I think this is just a draft. But you would see it's something like this. The structure, inclusion criteria, data extraction chatting, the Prisma. You would see some diagrams of this nature, year of publication, something publication by region. Then you start seeing this type of tables. This will be like most of the tables, just a number of articles and percentage of articles reporting certain things. But I'm thinking this paper is a very old version of the paper because the one that is they suppose, because I was still highlighting what is in the supplementary tables and things like that. But I'm saying this is some of the tables. The unit of analysis And you can even do cross tabs and things like that. But your unit of analysis remains the articles. Yeah. So I think we can end this today. Unfortunately, we wanted to do responsible use of AI just to give you, but I'm just going to tell you guys to go and look it up in the interest of time. I'll give you some references, maybe, sorry. In the interest of time, I will give you some, so you need to go and read this arrays framework, the Cochrane. We'll try to share these slides to everybody who registered. So, yeah, we'll try to share these slides. Then you can already see after every session which slides to. And I also wanted to share with you this because these are the oncoming workshops in confidence. So you could register. You could register for those. I've already registered, as you can see. There is a screening in confidence, a beginner's guide. There was one, you see the time that they are showing this, it's very early in the morning. But the good thing is, if you are registered, I'm sure automatically they give you a link to the workshop. So once I get the link, I can also share it with people. Then there's also systematic reviews and meta-analysis, synthesis, ready data extraction. I cannot wait for this one. This is the holy grail. So I'm going to also attend these workshops. So please, colleagues, once you register, these workshops will be popping in your emails, and then you can register. So that at least you take it from there. But what we really think is important is just to have this introductory understanding of the whole process. I think the rest, it should be easy to follow through. Okay. I would have wanted you to give us some closing remarks. So.
Thank you, Dr. Gwara. We have learned a lot today, and not only from you, from other colleagues who are participating. We have learned a lot from you, colleagues. Thank you so much. So I don't know if you have understood everything. You can go and do something from what you have learned. Some of us, we work with you, we can ask everything that you know, but if you didn't get anything, this is your chance to say, I didn't understand here and there. Because I was expecting hands-on practical. So those who want to do something, maybe the meeting is 20 minutes. But someone like me, I cannot take your time because I'm always with you. He can assist you.
Thank you very much, Doc. A brilliant session, an eye-opener. Really grateful, Dr. Gwara and co. Although I feel like it was, a bit of information overload, I think it deserved 2 sessions, 2 days session, so that we can also have time for a hands-on experience. Yeah. So I think we should look at the issues of having another day where we, jog the memory and now do the hands-on. Yeah.
I was forced to talk. Okay, thank you so much for the workshop. It was indeed an eye-opener. When you have last write a review long time ago, you come back and see that there's better ways of working around things. As for me, I had been teaching myself how to do confidence, and I had I was stuck in some points, at some points, especially when it comes to prompting and telling confidence what you want, and these are the things that you have touched. I was also hoping for hands-on practicals, but then I realized that for us to do that, we might have to have our own topics, and would have to take a lot of time getting people into one area. But yeah, I'm really, really grateful for this, and I think from now on, I will just take on from what you have given us and try to further the knowledge. So the next time, people, when they're asking the questions, they will also come to me.
Doc, I came with my own topic for hands-on.
Okay, I
so
think...
anyone who can, maybe we can do example with one topic. Because he said we must bring our topics for hands-on. Anyone who maybe wants us to do a practical with your topic?
Maybe, Doc, I think the main thing was around the search strategies that we did in the electronic databases. And for that, the idea was that the people should have brought their own search strategies and that they've already done, and then they could try to import their own data. But then we had to do it here. So because they could not, the main interest that we found from the audience is that they actually wanted to know how to search. So, and the requirement was that they should have already brought their search strategy. So we went back, a step back, and then we started doing the Web of Science. I think we spent a lot of time doing that, and we were thinking that maybe this is something that colleagues had already mastered. So the hands-on, what you call it, the hands-on practical that we wanted to do is what we have done. I think beyond that, I don't know. Beyond that, we will, what we were doing here with a random study, we were thinking that colleagues would be doing the same with their studies on their laptops. So, but I think also, what Dr. VC mentioned is a very important aspect. Ideally, I think when we were discussing with Dr. Figlen, I think we were, with Professor Figlen, we were saying that maybe let's do a dry run to understand how much time this takes. Then once we understand this, we'll be able to have another session that is more focused on a specific aspect that the participants would have proposed. So I think as part of this, what we could do is to share, we'll discuss with Ms. Kate, then we will share a workshop review type of thing, workshop review. Then you could indicate, like remember when we were asking for the registration, this was also included to say, what exactly do you want us to focus on? But we also thought it was unfair to ask people that don't even know about this session to say, what do they want to feel? Some of them were just, we want to know this thing that you want to train. What is it about, this literature review or evidence synthesis? So we hope that now that everyone has an idea and has gone through the whole session, you'll be able to tell us exactly what you think we should focus on. Then we can organize another session that will be more focused. But one thing that is very clear, I think this session needs to be in person. Do you think it can be done online? I think it's not possible. So we can organize another more focused. I think some colleagues also wanted to bring their students. I think we can organize a more focused, the hands-on. Maybe that's something that is now people, maybe we can start from search strategies, from electronic database, I don't know. But you tell us what you think is more important for this so that we can be focused. Because even for me, I think I'm also overloaded now. My head is about to explode. So, so I wouldn't think this session, a session of this long length, I think we would organize like some exercises. And I've also noticed that other colleagues, we could also put our heads together and make this session much more better than it was.